I'm talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just about my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from Trey. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes, stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Shout out. All you guys out there, man. It is Friday night, man. A great evening. Your boy got a lot of work done today, so I'm happy about that. And we got a great topic tonight. The topic is, let's get it out of the way. We've been kind of like teetering and talking about this for the last, let me turn this microphone down a little bit. We've been teetering and talking about this topic for the last, I would easily say, 4 years since the Passport Bro movement took off. Shout out to my man Aaron Ferris of Black Man's Travel, the founder of the Passport Bro movement, the one that came out with the term Passport Bros straight from his mind. Shout out to Aaron. And make sure you guys subscribe to the Passport Bro app. We're going to start doing advertising in regards to that over the next few months. There's a difference, guys. There's a difference between successful travelers and simp travelers. I know we kind of toy with it, but we're really going to hit that because we're going to watch a video by League of Men. Shout out to that brother. He's out there in Asia. He's a white dude. He's out there in, I was about to say Asia, but he's out there in Europe. Got his girlfriend, small town girl. He's living the life that many of us wish that we could live as far as having a quality woman on our side. Come on, camera. This is not the time. It's kind of funny how the camera wants to act funny for me, but when it comes to Andre, it's always perfect. It's always perfect. Why my camera want to hate on the black man? Why the camera want to hate on the black man? Andre can be on the live stream, and it looks wonderful. Now, as I was saying, we're going to watch a video from League of Men. He has a YouTube channel with over almost 600,000 subscribers, and it is a man's channel. Somebody from the Philippines in Thailand actually wrote in on a video, and the guy was talking about the difference between guys that are coming to other countries, simping and ruining it for everybody else. Then we're going to look at men that are successfully relocating to other locations. There are many black expats around the world, especially men. There are a lot of ladies out there. Shout out to the ladies. But there are a lot of us men out here that are doing it the right way. We're not out here simping. We're not out here overspending. We're not out here insecure within ourselves. We don't have unrealistic expectations, because we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about 10 things that are not real that simps think they are. I'm going to say this again. There are 10 things that are not real that simps think is a real thing, that actually they get on the plane and they actually think it's actually real. I'm going to talk about those 10 things in a second. But before we do, we got the shout out music on, so we already know what's going on. Shout out to all you guys. First of all, shout out to my man Tevin King with the first donation. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciating you, man. Appreciating you more than you realize. Shout out to you, brother. Let's go back. Scroll up to you, brothers. Hombre Lobo is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here as well. Let me turn that down a little bit as well. There we go. That's right there. All right. Hombre Lobo says this. He says, "What's good, everybody? Good evening." Well, that lens, we're gonna be battling tonight. In that lens, I can see that now. Shout out to, he said, like the stream, share the stream, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to you, brother. And he said, also make sure that you guys hit that like button. We like you. Make sure that you like us too, because you know when you hit that like button,
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
why is the lens acting up on me? Like I said, when Andre's on here, it's let me do something. Let me check something real quick. Let me turn this light out. Maybe that'll help, because I don't have this light on with Andrea. Let me see, and I'll turn this other light up a little bit. That looks like that's what did it. That light that I have right here. Shout out to my man T-Mac in the building. I must be doing something right. Shout out to T-Mac in the building. I didn't even share this. I just realized I didn't even share this this live stream on any form of social media. So I'll probably be doing that throughout the night. It looks like it was working correctly. Now it looks like it's acting a fool now. But let's go back to the shout outs. Let's get back to the shout outs. Scrolling down. We got Kenny Peoples. Shout out to you, Kenny, for being the one that sent me this video that we're going to be doing a reaction to. Shout out to you, brother. He said, you and IP and the Nika Marie, I was watching the Nika today, are one and the same back channels or back channels tonight. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was watching Danica today. She was talking about how brothers are just done. They ain't wasting their time. TC is in the building. Shout out to you, TC, being here. Appreciate you, brother. What up, though? That sounds like a Midwesterner, straight out. And my man GJ is in the building representing GJ Dating. And of course, David of the Dice family in the year of our Lord, 2025. Appreciate you being here. And thank you guys for donating by way of Cash App, PayPal, and the Super Chats. Shout out to you. We're still putting together a pool for the Children's Cancer Foundation. We're doing another round of funding for them. So shout out to you guys that are donating. And my man Paper Route in the building. What's up to you also, brother? And HR Ferguson of the Ferguson family, first of his name. Shout out to you. He said, don't make me repeat myself. Hit that like button. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we got my boy Jay Fleming, always in the gym representing. Shout out to you. I'm gonna keep that from now on. Jay Fleming, always in the gym representing. I'm gonna keep. Hey Jay, that's gonna be your little jingle, bro. Shout out to you. And my man Don, good evening. Andrea, chat lives matter. He said cucumber smoothie tonight. I'm actually just drinking some Colombian beers tonight. Some Colombian beers. Aguila Light. I just walked around the corner real quick, just grabbed some beers and came back. I was just in the mood for some beers. Shout out to my man Jay Clyde. Hey Jay. I like that, brother. I like seeing you and your girl in San Andreas. A lot of dudes are sleeping on San Andreas Island. I like to see that, brother. You guys were hitting a lot of the spots me and Andrea went to as well. I like to see that. It looked like y'all went with another couple, or y'all ran across another couple. It's just great, man, to see. This piggybacks onto what tonight's topic is all about. There's a difference between guys that go to South America, guys that go to Africa, guys that are going to Europe, guys that are going to Mexico or Central America, and guys that are also going to Asia and being successful. Whether they are successful networking or successful making relationships or successful making friends, successfully learning new languages, buying their first piece of property, successfully having their first kid, whatever it is, there are a lot of success stories among Black and white men and others when it comes to becoming expats. A lot of people really believe that we leave America or leave Canada or leave UK and we're in destitute. They watch 90 Day Fiance and actually think that's us. But you guys, such as Jay and others, are perfect examples of you can move to another country and it is not hard to be successful. But on the other hand, you know, I'm a Libra, got to bring a scale. You've got the simps. We can't deny that there are simps in the States back home. We thought we could avoid them when we got our passports, and gentlemen, they are following us successful men wherever we go. I'll say this again, simps never follow simps. I've never seen simps find a country where they can go to and just simp. They always follow us successful dudes to a country and then come and simp it up. It was successful dudes that went to DR for years. It was successful dudes that were in the military and out of the military that went to Panama, to the Philippines, Thailand, to Taiwan. Then here come the simps. All throughout Europe, you had brothers in the military and outside the military being successful when it comes to the ladies and when it comes to lifestyle. Here come the simps to Europe. South America, all you brothers, all the way from Charles Tyler era, all those brothers that moved to Brazil, the frustrated movies that came out, nothing but successful stories being told by Black men that became expats. Who followed those successful Black men? Simps. The two groups that will follow you everywhere you go, successful man. You better get used to this. This is number one. We're going to talk about 10 things that make you successful. Number one is you are going to have to get used to the fact that simps and sisters will follow you everywhere you go. Sisters have certain countries that they go to, but now they're countries in cities such as Cartagena, in Thailand, Pattaya, that the simps and the sisters are following you too. You're gonna have to get used to that. You're gonna have to get used to that. You're gonna have to get used to that. Every time you brothers discover some place in Africa, I guarantee you it's going to be some sisters or it's going to be some simps that's going to follow you successful men no matter where you go on this planet. Doesn't matter what race, no matter what color, no matter what creed. White women follow white men and simps do. Black women follow Black men and simps do. They both are like intertwined, simps and sisters. will always follow successful men. Because we are trailblazers, we go and scope the spot out. Wasn't nobody coming here to Cali. It was only a couple of us. With nobody here in, bruh, you couldn't get a black man to come to Cali, Colombia unless they was born here. Everybody was in Medellin, and they had already put out that Cali, Colombia is one of the top 10 most dangerous cities in the world, and it's been like that forever. That's what they put out there. So a lot of brothers were like, I'll go to Cartagena, I'll go to Bogota, I'll go to Medellin. Ain't no way I'm going to Cali. And then we came down here. Well, I came down, and a couple other brothers that were already here, but I was the only one that had a microphone and a camera in front of my face. And so I was telling dudes, come down. We start putting out videos. Guys start coming down. Successful guys, good guys. And then here come the simps. And then here come the sisters. So guys, be ready, be at ease with number one. Simps will follow you and sisters will too. Shout out to my man David. Once again, shout out to you, brother, man. I appreciate you guys really for supporting the channel. I really do. I do not take that part for granted. Andre and I really don't. I just want you guys to know, to realize that before we go into this part. We don't take that for granted. A lot of times it'll go towards donations to some of the organizations that we give, or it'll go towards equipment in the studio. All of it goes into an investment. We're not just going around, let's go party, we got these donate. No. All of it goes back into the business. If you want a business to grow in all our other business ventures. So when we say we appreciate you guys for the support that you give this channel, you guys help invest in a camera that we got that's over $3,000, not $3,000, but $1,300 camera. You guys help invest in the giant monitors. You guys invested in the soundboards, these cameras, these lights, all this. This is a family affair. I'm about to sit up here and act like, yeah, we did it all by ourselves. Hell no. This is a family affair. I've donated hundreds of dollars. You can ask Razor Rays. I've donated at least $1,000 to Razor Rays, at least. And I'm talking about in $100 chunks. I've donated $100 chunks to Richie Mack, Zoom to Thailand. Ask Angry Man how much money I've donated. So just like you guys invest in us, Black Men Media, we also invest in others as well. So I just want to say, in all sincerity, guys, thank you from the $2 to the $200. We appreciate you. Okay, we ain't getting it like lead attorney walk away with 4,000 or 5,000 one live stream. We ain't getting it like that, but we do appreciate what you guys do and show us that the information that we share is good information. Let's go back to my man David. He say, honestly, I blame the pandering individuals for everything because these women do what men allow. So simps allow everything. So, or therefore, he's right. He's right, brothers. I promise you, there are men that think just like you do that are traveling and are successful. What do I mean like that? About that? You don't have to follow the simp patterns that you're seeing on YouTube, fellas, to enjoy your trip. I know us successful men, we have very few videos or very few channels. Simps have hundreds of YouTubers. Every simp got a camera, cell phone. He's putting it out there. He's making it seem like everybody partying all day long. The pay for play is just falling from the sky, coochie falling from the sky. Cost of living is just so perfect. You never have a high price for nothing. Simps make it seem like it's Shangri-La. I'm telling you guys, those simps are just like Pinocchio on Pleasure Island. They gonna make y'all look like jackasses in the end, just like Pinocchio on Pleasure Island. He's absolutely correct. Let's go back to the shout outs. That's what I'm trying to get to as well. Let's see. I got Jay Clark. Dollar Bills in the building. Shout out to Dollar Bills. Appreciate you guys being here. Once again, T-Mac showing some love. San Andreas is great couples. It is, guys. Any of you guys that got somebody special in Colombia, or you flying somebody over from DR, or or from the States. I don't see why you flying somebody to Colombia from the States. I don't get that. But if you are, I couldn't do it. I don't care how fine my woman is. I'm gonna say that. I don't care how fine my woman in the States is. Ain't no way in hell I'm flying her to South America. Nope. Why? Because I might want to one day take a boys trip to South America. And if you just flew your boo to South America, your ass ain't flying back to South America on no boys trip. You can forget that one. I don't care how fine your woman is. I ain't seen a woman fine enough that I would fly to South America. Why? Because she ain't as fine as the South American. Ain't no way in hell. Y'all bigger men than me. I say that. And anybody watching this live stream after, you bringing booze to South America, you're a bigger man than me. Because ain't no way in hell I'll be trying to pull that trick, that rabbit out of that hat. You crazy. And then she go back to idiot. She goes back to the beauty shop and tell all the ladies about Cartagena. Girl, all them brothers down there, that. We got on the plane, it was like 95%. You know how they like to exaggerate. It was 95% brothers. I think it was the captain on the plane was a black man from the States, flying brothers from, how they like to hype it up. The airline stewardess were females from Colombia, and they would look at, they hype it. You don't think them women telling our business in the beauty salons? You think TikTok is the only place they telling our business? That part probably pisses me off the most about you dudes that bring women from the States, because you got your woman in our face, in our business. Keep your woman in the States. If you want her to be in your business, cool. But don't bring that woman down here to our little locations. Don't be bringing her to Thailand. She ain't got no business being in Thailand. Let her go with her friends. If she got the nerve, go on a girls trip. But stop dragging those women down here to South America and then be wondering why you can't come back to South America again without an argument. You did it, fool. Ain't nobody else do that to you. But if you are a couple and you are here in Colombia, San Andreas is an excellent trip. It's like Colombia. Like I said, Colombia is Hawaii, is between Colombia and Nicaragua. Now I know I pronounced that incorrectly, but it is right there. It's a beautiful small island, man. The turquoise water everywhere. It's an island of brothers and sisters. It kind of reminds you of Belize or Barbados or Bermuda. It has that type of Bermuda feel about it. It's really, really nice, man. Laid back, no matter what hotel. If you get a hotel with a high rise and a view, you killing it, man. You are killing it. So shout out to J. Clyde, T Mac, and all you guys that go to San Andreas. Because I'm telling you, it is not a place where you want to go alone. You can, but you don't. You want to take somebody from Colombia. I don't care if you get you a nice little Venezuela in Cartagena and tell her, come on, girl, we're about to get on this plane. Take her on the plane to San Andreas, man. He said it was that was your parents that were there. Ah, okay. How'd they like the trip? Let me know how mom and dad like the trip. Let me know how now mom and dad can come. Pops could bring mom, but all you other dudes, hell no. Shout out to Pop. Yeah, let me know how they liked it, man. Was their first time in San Andreas too. Global Paper once again in the building. Shout out to my man, Big Brother in Life, representing. Shout out to you being here as well, brethren. And my man Garfield, shout out to you. Once again, tonight's topic is successful men versus simps. Who's winning? Who's winning as expats? And you're going to see that successful men are actually winning. And shout out to my man Dave once again. And he said, I support you because your time and your content are valuable. He said, you should be able to benefit as well from your contributors. I do. I mean, we do. But Andre and I realize that there's a window of time where you look for your final profit. There's a window of time. Like We've got some, the books a book is coming out next month. So we got that. So we're looking at there's a window of time. We just over the last 6 years, Andre and I have looked at YouTube as well as our e-commerce businesses as we're laying the foundation. So that's how we're looking at it right now. But we do benefit. We do benefit. GJ says, I go to places that has the fewest amount of whores. This is true. He say an American tourist. Y'all better write that one down. That's serious. That is so serious. Big brother in life. Once again, he says it's time to gatekeep and keep the sisters and simps and the passport pookies and Ray Rays away. It is, man, because it's just unnecessary now. The Angry Man been on one lately, hadn't he? Angry Man and O'Shea. I don't know what happened with O'Shea. That's my dog. Man, Angry Man, O'Shea, Obsidian, them dudes going at it. You know, those are 3 dudes that created the Black Manosphere. Man, y'all see that latest O'Shea video? Man, that dude came with fire. I'm like, I've seen O'Shea and Angry Man go at each other. I haven't seen Obsidian go too much at the other brothers, but they go at him too, boy. That last O'Shea Duke Jackson video, goodness gracious. That was like watching Kendrick Lamar and Drake. They not like us. Goodness gracious. I was like, come on, O'Shea, don't do that man like that. Goodness gracious. Shout out to all, man. I don't care. I appreciate all 3 of the brothers. Salute once again to the chat. And I appreciate you too as well, Jay Anderson, the great. He said, too many Black people thinking that Black people don't deserve to be compensated for their time. But they will pay a white, if you don't preach, they will pay a white dude in a minute. I support my brothers and sisters first, circulate our money. That's what I do. And that's why I usually, I'll go on Razor Raise maybe for like 5 minutes. And I'll drop $100 real quick and walk right on out. I've done that, man, to raise. And I've done that to lead. I've done that for Richie Mack. I'll drop money. Usually I'll drop like 50s and 20s. For Richie, I kind of like spread it out. But Ray, I'll always look out for Razor Ray, man. Because as Black male media, we all we got. I give y'all some stats. I looked this up. I knew this a few years ago. But did you know that Black people only make up 13% of all media? I'll put it this way. Let me take a sip of this beer. Did you know all the commercials that you've seen over the last 30 years, every television show, every movie, every TikTok video, when Vine was popular, when every Instagram post, every YouTube video, do you know we only make up 13% of what anybody ever sees on camera? All of Netflix, you could throw that off in there. All your Amazon Prime, you could throw that off in there. We're only 13%. We used to be, when I first discovered it, this was just 10 years ago, we were 6% of all media. Of all media, other than real force, but all televised or movie media, 6%. Cable television, we were 6%. That's why you see me focus a lot on, this is a males channel / international channel, travel channel, but undercover Black male channel. Why? We ain't got too many. White boys got a ton of their passport-ish content out there. Cool. We ain't got too many. I go on TikTok right now and I said, how to be an expat. Dude, if I get 100 videos on TikTok, I could easily say 60% of them are Black women. 30% of them are white women and white men. Maybe 5 to 10% of them are us on TikTok. We do not share our stories on TikTok like women say. They all over TikTok. No, we're not black men. Black men, we're too busy living our lives. We're not all over TikTok. It will amaze you how little advice on social media black men have compared to black women, and white men when it comes to this travel, expat, digital nomad space. So I support black male media. Yes, I do. And they can hate the great, but they can hate their fate too. Shout out to Garfield. He say, Dre, the Argentina women are bad as, oh yeah, I could see that, Garfield. Yes, sir. Yeah, he went up. I mean, this ain't the first time these dudes have beef with each other, but I mean, when you are the three pillars of the Black Manosphere conclave, I mean, the Black Manosphere movement, that's the part that kind of saddens me, because these guys laid the foundation for black men to kind of like move the way we do over the last 10 years. These guys were the foundation. And he gave Obsidian credit where credit was due. And then after that, man, whoo. He said, I'm more protective of Colombia than I am of the U.S. If you don't preach, Pastor, Tony Tone got a heart of stone. Brothers tried knocking, but he wasn't home in the building. Shout out to you, Tone. My man Chulupe is in the building representing. Glad that you're here, brother. He said, I'm trying to keep the Pookies out of Cali. He said, it's a lot of sisters going there, though. Yes, a lot of sisters coming here. He said, I think a lot they are coming for medical stuff. Yeah, they are. A lot of black women come here for medical. Black women come to Cali for two reasons. They come for the medical reasons, and they come for the Afro-Colombian Blackish experience, because here in Cali, it really is that it's still the strong African roots here, just like in Cartagena, right? In Choco. So they come here, they learn a lot about Afro-Colombian history. They learn a lot about the Afro-Colombian civil rights movements that are taking place and things like that. So they come here just kind of like on a learner mode. They'll come here, like you'll see us just here for the Afro-Colombian Festival, the Petronio Festival in August, right? In August. But then they disappear. So you might have, let's say it's 100 brothers here that live in Cali, right? You might see maybe 40 sisters that actually live here. And they're cool. That's one thing I noticed. I say this in all sincerity. The sisters and the brothers that come to Cali, Colombia are usually the coolest people you'll see in Colombia. I ain't hating on Cartagena, but you know what type of brothers and sisters you get. I ain't hating on Medellin, but let's not lie. Bogota, you know what type of brothers and sisters you're getting. But here in Cali, I'm not hyping Cali. I'm just noticing. I'm not hyping up the city. I'm just saying there's a certain type of, I want to move to Colombia brothers and sisters, true expat brothers and sisters that come to Cali. If you're a party dude, you ain't coming to Cali, even though we got more clubs, more bars, more restaurants than Medellin. Way more, like almost 300 more. Bars, restaurant, clubs, we got all that. But if don't nobody show you where they are, you won't know which one to go to. And so, and since there's no pay-for-play spot, like the other brother was saying, a lot of guys don't come to Cali unless they plan on living here. So we got a lot of Medellin expats that or transplants that come here because they're done with Medellin, they're burned out on Medellin, and they're like, you know what, I want to live in Colombia. So a lot of brothers and sisters are moving to Cali after experiencing Cartagena and Medellin. Plus, Cali is 40% less cost of living than Medellin and Cartagena. So we get a lot of transplants from those cities down here. Yeah, we're only 13% of the population. That's right. That's true. That's true. And it's kind of funny that you would say that. I didn't even think about that until you just said it. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. He said, I'm starting to see more black folks coming down to Colombia for dentures. That's true too. I see that too. I see a lot of dental work being done, guys, If you want your dental work done, yes, you do need to come to Cali, or just get Colombia in general. But a lot of people come down to Cali for their dental work. That is so true. He say since it's cheap down there with the same quality, and I would say if not better, Colombians are very sensitive about their teeth. Like brush your teeth. I mean, listen, you go to a restaurant in Colombia, everybody got their toothbrush because you brush your teeth. And yeah, man. Montrez is in the building. Shout out to you. And shout out to HR Ferguson in the building once again. Montrez says this. He say, "What's going on, Andre?" He says, "I hope that these guys squash the beef for real. It gets out of control." Yeah, we as fans of these gentlemen, I don't think O'Shea or Angry Man or Obsidian really take into consideration how black men see them and what they created with the manosphere. And I think that they take it for granted sometimes, and they go through this window of it's all about me, and it's more or less like I thought it was about us, the brothers. I thought it was all about you guys created it for us, for black men. But every once in a while they have a window of time, man, where they just go on camera and they go ham on each other, man. And it is I don't want to get into another group of men's business because I want to respect those men, but man, brothers, come on, O, come on, Angry Man, AM, come on, Obsidian, y'all got to get it together, brothers. Come on, we got love and appreciation for y'all, man. He said, "Well, I didn't know." Oh man, yeah. He said, "Beef sales sometimes more than sex." In what area? In Medellin, Cartagena. Let's get started with the video, gentlemen. Let me change the music over for us. Shout out to you guys being here. I'm going to be dropping the link also for those on the social media that didn't get a chance to see that we were live. I forgot to post it on social media today. Today's cologne is Parfum de Marly's Layton. That's the cologne of the day, Parfum de Marly's Layton. And I blended it with the Imperium. Imperium is a clone of Imperial. Imperial is an expensive fragrance. It is a grapefruit fragrance. It's really good, man. It's a really good fragrance. But the clone is only like $20-25 for the same thing. You see, I put a dent in it, so it's got to be a good cologne. So I kind of took the grapefruit scent in this one, and I just put that Parfum de Marly's Layton along with it, and we got a good combination going on. And tonight I'm just drinking a few beers, a few cervezas. So let's get ready to get started. And like I said, this particular video we're watching is from my man Legion of Men. So make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. Great guys. He has 600,000 subscribers. I don't know why the lenses want to keep acting up on me. But let me put this right here. Let me put myself right here. There we go. Much better. He's got 600,000 subscribers, and he did a reaction to a video where a guy is in Thailand and he's just tired of simps coming and messing up the area in which many of them live. So let's get ready to turn this music down a little bit. Put it on 10. And let's get ready to get started.
Welcome back, tribe. I have an interesting one today, actually. It's on the Passport Bros Reddit thread, and there seems to be a bit of a division because, well, the title of it says opinion, Western men ruin relationships for themselves and other men wherever they go. So this guy's noticing some of the things I noticed, like supreme simping. I think he lives in Thailand. Yeah. So let's just get into the story and you can see what I mean. I briefly touched up on this a little bit, saying that there was a ton more pay for play than you would ever imagine with the Passport Bros, but it's not really Passport Bros. They're sexpats. There's like delineation within the community, and well, let's just get into it.
Before he gets started, he's absolutely correct. There is a difference between the sexpats, the passport sexuals, in other words, the passport sexuals and the expat groups or the actual passport bros. Are there passport bros that are doing pay for play? Yeah, but passport bros are walking around addicted to pay for play, and passport bros don't only see travel as, if it's not pay for play, then I'm not traveling. We see so much to it. I like what Aaron Ferris, who is the one that started the passport bro movement, he says this, that travel should be therapy. It should be life-changing. It should be opening up your mind and your eyes to see things larger. Travel should be therapy. It should not just be about buying chicks. So let's go into the video. Once again, it's a guy that he's going to be reading. Shout out to my man once again, Legion of Men. He lives in Europe right now. He moved from the States to Europe. He has a wonderful European girlfriend that he's with. He's trying to build a life with. She's from a small town. I'm talking about the guy that's on the screen right now. So Legion of Men ain't out there being a player. He said he's like me. I used to do that. I went through that stage. Now I'm sitting my butt down and I'm enjoying my life.
He says, I'm a long-term expat in Thailand from a non-Western country and a lurker here. One thing that always surprised me in my circle here among the newer passport bros coming through from America and Western Europe is that their way of pursuing romantic relationships is akin to hunting a bird with a nuclear warhead. Where I'm from, relationships are pretty balanced. Guys and girls tend to put in similar amounts of effort, with the balance skewing towards men put externally, parentheses, to represent, to make decisions for, protect, and to slightly a larger extent fund the relationship. Then he says, while girls tend to nourish it from within and provide somewhat more love and care to their men. Thailand is a strongly patriarchal country. Generally, the local relationships dynamic have been defined by guys competing down to deliver the bare minimum of providing they need to do to keep an attractive girl who could take care of them and their home 100%. Not in their wildest dreams, they would expect a guy to go far beyond that.
Now let's go back to what he just stated. He said that there are men in Thailand, just like in other parts of the world, that right now are just doing the bare minimum, but they want sexy, they want traditional, they want a good, loyal, faithful woman, but instead of doing all that is traditionally required as a man to get or keep these type of women, a lot of these simps are trying to do the bare minimum, which is, I'm gonna throw money at her and you think you can keep her. A lot of simp, that's simp behavior 101. Simps automatically assume if I throw money, I can get sexy, traditional, quality, loyalty. It rarely happens like that, simps. It rarely happens like that. It's rare you get the quality woman that successful men are getting by just throwing money at a woman. And that's what this guy is saying in this article, who's in Thailand. He's like, these dudes think they need to do the bare minimum to get a quality woman. That's not true. Guys, don't fall for that. Let's continue on. Let me stop interrupting.
As their entire family support systems will ensure the girls do their expected parts as partners. The earlier waves, he says, of foreigners were very well received, as men from other Asian countries and the occasional Europeans and odd American boomer were better at providing. Instead of going out once or twice a month, guys would take her out and pay for a restaurant meal weekly. These men would also treat women far better, and statistically, most Thai relationships involve physical abuse and male infidelity. Girls would still show love and care, cook, clean, and iron, but they'd appreciate having more capable and stable men to support, as their dreams of having a safe, healthy, educated kids in the future could surely be met. Both sides were giving and getting things that made them very happy. This is the current default still in most places in Southeast Asia. Enter the recently arriving Western men, largely from the US, Canada / Western Europe, who go nuclear and all out for an average girl who doesn't even know how to process it. This is unprecedented and not something I used to see with the prior generations. You've got guys taking all their savings with them to pay for random girls, everything, flying them out on vacations, all expenses paid, and coming back home to still help around the house.
Thanks, guys. Andre just said something to me, so I didn't want to speak to Andre, so that's why I put myself on mute. My bad, gentlemen. What he's saying is 100% correct. There are men that I see all the time come to Colombia, South America in general, and I'm not judging what another man does with his money. I'll say that again. I don't care what another man does with his money. But there are some men that are coming to South America and, like he said, going nuclear on women that can't relate to why you are spending money on that level for those type of restaurants or hotels that you want to take her to, or you want to fly her out. Some of you dudes are going overboard for women that are not worth that. Are there women in these countries worth that? Yes, but you guys are going to like the east side of Cali. You're going to the clock. Don't lie to me. You're going to the clock tower, picking up chicks and flying them to San Andreas. That's what he's talking about. That's what the dude's saying that guys are doing in Thailand and in the Philippines. You are picking the lowest of the low, the filthiest of the filthy. And because she looks good, you're splurging. You spending money on a way that she never imagined. Like I said, she'll never imagine in her life being able to go to some of the restaurants that you guys take some of these women to. And I know you're on vacation. Got you. You want to go to a nice spot because, hey, you can afford it. I got you. Get with a woman that can appreciate that. Get with a woman that can appreciate that. Okay, you think I'm kidding? All right. I remember way before I met Andrea, I was trying to date this one sister, right? Cutie. Oh, she was a cutie, right? Here in Colombia. I took her to a restaurant. Nice restaurant. Wasn't like maybe like a 3.5 star restaurant. It was decent, right? Really nice. Very romantic. You could order any gourmet dinner you wanted, right? And I'll never forget this. And the sister told me, can I just get a hamburger, a cheeseburger? And I'm thinking to myself, like, this is not a hamburger, cheeseburger type of spot. Actually, this was a 4-star restaurant. I mean, the restaurants that have like the winery in the back, so you can pick out a bottle of wine, and very romantic. Shout out to my man Kenny once again for suggesting this video. And it was one of those, one of those nice spots. And this sister, no matter how beautiful and attractive, and she was feminine, very nice, she wasn't used to that restaurant. Dude, she was so nervous. When they pulled the menu out, it's in Spanish. She's African. Bruh, she was so nervous with the menu. with the menu, I knew at that moment, no matter how fine she was, I was dating down. I was dating down. I could have did just like an average Colombian dude, took her to a small mom and pop restaurant. She would have been dancing in the street, sucking on her brother's balls. But here I go trying to be me. I'll say this again, just like a lot of you dudes, you just try to be yourself. You like nice restaurants. Here I go trying to be me, but not everybody that can relate to what you like, bruh. You got to get with women that understand you. And I think that's hard for a lot of guys in all these countries. That's why they're going from woman to woman to woman to woman to woman to woman. They're like, forget it. I'm going to go ahead and do pay for play, pay for play, pay for play, pay for play. Why? Because they keep reaching for women that are beneath them. And I'm not saying it in a demonstrative or belittling way. I'm saying that you got to get somebody that can relate to you. I'm with somebody that's a reader. Andre and I like to read, and we like to talk about what we read. Andrea sent me a video today of a sister that was criticizing a brother for taking her on a date to a museum on the first date. And then she said, well, I want to get something to eat. Some of you guys have maybe seen that video before. I want to get something to eat. And the brother said, well, here's a food truck in front of us. We can get some tacos. And she said, I don't deal with broke dudes. And then, I don't know if you guys saw this one, then the sister walked straight to the bus stop and waited for the bus to come. But she didn't want to go to a date on a museum or get a taco. Guess what the first place it was that Andre took me on our first date? A museum right here in Cali where everybody hangs out. It's like a museum that's like a museum / hangout. Like you be at this museum, you'd be like 200-300 people just hanging out on the inside, hanging out on the outside, just a hangout spot. Beautiful museum. And we got something to eat afterwards. Guess what Andre got out the deal? That one sister on the video, she ended up at the bus stop. Andre got a husband out the deal. Why? Because we have something in common when it comes to museums, and we go to see museums around the world to this day. We love museums. We love history. Dudes, you guys are trying to take women to spots, museums, or take them to some of you guys like to go four-wheeling. Some of you dudes like to go hiking, and you're taking your little Colombiana or your little Brazilian chick to some, she can't relate to you. Some of us don't want to admit, some of the women that we deal with can't relate to us. It didn't work for me trying to pretend like the one little sister could relate to me. I stopped that. I kid you not. I didn't care how fine a sister was in Colombia. I refused. Like I said, this is before I met Andre, and I was mainly in Medellin and other parts of the country. I kid you not. I refused from that day forth to date down in the sense of a person that can't relate to Andre. I don't care how fine she was. If she can't relate to me, so be it. So be it. I learned that. I definitely learned that one. So let's go back to the video. Jay says, he said, my first date was black owned, was at the black owned, Sweet Georgia Cafe in Medellin. Soul food. We married now. We married now. We's married now. Guys, if you want to learn anything, date like the locals. Don't behave like the locals. Date like the locals. Do we not see these local Colombian men with these beautiful women too? Do they have kids by these women? Do these women be all over them? And these men don't make as much money as you do they? Date like the locals. Stop trying to date like you still in America. Let Pookie and Ray Ray splurge. Some of you think that you're going to lose that beautiful Colombiana if you don't spend all that money. You laid that foundation. She didn't ask you to be like that. She's used to men saying, let's go to the park. She's used to men saying, let's go to a decent restaurant. She's used to men bringing flowers, cards, candy, but she's also used to men just hanging out. But here you go, you want to pick the most expensive restaurant in Medellin. And she ain't used to that, bruh. And she ain't built for that. Like the one sister told me, can I get a hamburger? I'm like, a hamburger? I don't even know if they make hamburgers here. I'm looking at the menu like, ain't nothing on this menu say hamburger. And some of us are making that mistake. We're dating hamburger girls when we're steak guys. Yeah, be yourself, man. Date like the locals. You ain't seeing none of these local dudes spending that type of money. You crazy? Okay. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen.
Their respect for themselves and expectations of their partners are at a rock bottom, and I have not witnessed before. You've got guys tiptoeing around their own girlfriends and putting them on massive, unprecedented pedestals. Look, what he's describing are like passport goofies. I'm telling you guys, dude, I didn't say any of this shit to shit on actual guys that were going overseas, but the quality of men that were going overseas were so low, and it was such a vast amount of them. Like over 50% for sure were just low value dudes that were looking for a shortcut into having better arrangement with women, which meant paying for everything, simping, using their savings, would work at a job that they hate for like 3 to 6 months and then save enough to go chill for 2 weeks, 3 weeks and go hang out with their girlfriends that they keep in touch with online. The body language, even in where we went when I was with my girl, where we were eating, where I was getting my mango smoothie, my passion mango smoothie all the time, just staring out. You see all the Western men, horrible looking shape. They don't take care of themselves. And they're constant, like all over their girl, and their girls are just like, flicking the phone up, just like showing him attention like once in a while. And the guy is just absolutely stuck on her, dude. It was gross to see. No offense to boys going out there trying to get, their pirouette, you're paying for it, doing whatever, do you. But I'm just calling it like I see it. The amount of simping was absolutely out of control. And this guy finally made a thread about this, and they get into a big discussion about it. But it says, in my experience, or aiming to meet all these, all needs imaginable, including those that they are absolutely not responsible for, without even expecting and subsequently getting the same in return. It's like supreme level simps, dude. You can't take the simp out of some of these guys. They'll go overseas and now they have access to like a decent Western salary. When you go overseas, all they do is turn into walking wallets. They will literally simp for every single chick. Yes. They've watched Fresh and Fit. They've watched this channel. They've watched all the other red pill channels, Manosphere, CGA, whoever it is that you guys are all watching, all these similar channels. And they forget every single fucking thing that was said on there about women's nature. And the moment they step up in Thailand and a clammy opens up that they most likely paid for, they will fucking part with their money and not give a shit. They'll come back home broke. It's insane, dude. It's insane. I'm starting to learn that, hey, all you could do is really give a man information. He'll use it if he wants to or not. You can't save everybody, bro. Some people literally do not want to be saved, do not care. Different priorities. So whatever, I'm out of that game. I'm just telling it like it is. Either you like it or you don't. And this guy's telling it the same way. In my experience, this does massive harm to Western men, as they end up giving way more and getting way less out of those relationships than even your average Thai man who maybe gets his girl street noodles on a Friday evening. Western men have almost no expectations out of their female partners, who in the absence of even knowing how to process all this, just naturally take what's given. Exactly. All women take. Further to that, it begins to create ripple effects on a larger scale. I'm spending a couple months in Chiang Mai, a city with the highest ratio of Western foreigners to local ties. Relationships here have changed dramatically since I first arrived around 10 years ago, and relative to the rest of Thailand. Suddenly, most girls who speak English, who dated foreigners before, are willing to give significantly less and have expectations much higher than the girls in the rest of Thailand. So these are the simps who are ruining it for you.
Before he goes any further, you know when I first discovered it? DR. Then it came to Colombia, and I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Then it spread around. DR, when you talk to some of the guys that were in DR prior to 2000, let's say 2018, the quality of how women dressed, presented themselves, the girlfriend experience, not a pay for play plus the whole girlfriend experience, completely different level than the trash that's walking around DR now. All you do is just buy and pay for play in Colombia now. That's trash. That's leftover trash from 2017, 2020. You think the ones in Cartagena fine now? They don't look nothing like the ones that were in 2017, 2011. You think the ones that you see in Medellin are fine now when you go to a brothel? Bruh, the ones from back in the day, you thought you was Chris Tucker in Rush Hour when they opened up the women. It was opened up the door and it was all a bunch of Asian women. He's 100% correct. You guys, the women already know they don't have to be quality for you anymore. You're a simp. Why be quality for a man that's a simp? Why should Brazilian women go an extra mile and give you the girlfriend experience when all she got to do is just give you 30 minutes of pay for play? She ain't got to give you the girlfriend experience no more. Hell no. She ain't got to show you around the city like they used to, that cooking, that cleaning experience without any extra cost. That whole weekend used to be the girlfriend experience, and it was very rare it was extra cost. Now, you guys are the quality of person that you get, the femininity. Dude, I be seeing you guys over the last 5 years all over World Star arguing with pay for play, getting robbed, getting drugged. It's crazy how the quality of women have gone down and the price of pay for play has gone up, but that's because of the simps. Not because you successful dudes. I'm gonna say that again. It's not because you successful dudes that know how to do pay for play. It's because of the simps that have never paid for play. I was talking to Andre about this over dinner. Let's stop pretending that we men from the West know how to do pay for play. Can we do that? Yes, there is pay for play in America, UK, Australia, and so forth, Canada. But I could easily say 95% of us ain't never bought no coochie in our own country. Can I be right about that? Most of us ain't never really walked up to no pay for play on the streets in Colombia. I mean in Las Vegas, or walked up to some pay for play in Detroit or Chicago. We ain't never did that. Maybe in Vegas, maybe. But you ain't never been like, maybe in Miami, but you ain't never been like, you know what, I'm sitting in Tampa, like, you know what, I'm bored. Let me go buy me some coochie. You ain't never did nothing like that. And then you get a passport and get on a plane. And you try to buy pay for play like you're a professional, like you've been doing it your whole life, and you are fumbling the bag. Let's stop pretending like we know what the hell we doing when it comes to pay for play. I'll easily say, I'll be the first one to admit, if I was single, I don't know what the hell's out there. That's another reason why I was a brothel boy, because I was like, you know what? I don't know nothing about them streets. I don't know what's out there. I know that in Colombia, brothel women got to get their bodies checked every 6 months. That's according to Colombian law when it comes to brothels. I don't know what that woman at the clock tower got. I'm not going to walk around Colombia or Brazil pretending like I know pay for play, and I know I ain't never did it before in the States. So I ain't gonna be walking around here like I'm a professional pay for player just because I got a bunch of money in my pocket. And some of you dudes are fumbling the bag. you going back home broke because you don't know what you're doing. And I'm willing to admit, I don't know. So why y'all want to pretend like y'all know and y'all ain't never did it and I ain't never did it? Well, you maybe did it once or twice in your life, but you ain't really doing it like that when it pay for play, when it come to pay for play. And you messing it up for all of the successful dudes. Now women think that they can kind of use successful dudes. And we got to tell women in these countries, I'm not him. I'm not that dude. How many of you guys have gone out and met a Colombian woman or Brazilian woman and she want to charge you, buy me an iPhone? You like, where'd you hear that from? Where'd you hear buy me an iPhone from? I know. Where'd you hear something like that from to be saying that to me? She's heard it and learned it because she's had enough simp clients coming from the States, coming from Canada, that bought her an iPhone last time. So now she's looking at us successful men as if we're going to be stupid enough to do the same thing that a simp would do. A lot of you guys that want to do pay for play, you can't get no regular Colombian pay for play price. Okay. If simping didn't mess up pay for play, how come local Colombian men only still paying 60,000 pesos for the same chick that you considered a 9? Think about your sexiest pay for play that you ever had. Think about the freakiest one that you had in Cartagena or in Brazil. I mean, talking about the freakiest, she got the prettiest face, that body, ooh, her smile. She had the hardest orgasms that you was like, oh my God, she is squirting. I love it. Think about that one. That one right there. The one that will be with girls if you wanted girls. Do you think the local dude that's paying pay for play is paying the same price that you paid? You think if you paying 400,000 pesos, you think Colombian man is gonna pay 400,000 pesos? No, them dudes still paying 50, 60,000 pesos. But since you don't know any better, they're gonna charge you that. I said they're gonna charge you that. They might, Colombian dudes might push it up to 100,000 if she that fine and she that freaky. But you ain't gonna see a Colombian dude pay, that's $25, just in case you guys are wondering. You ain't gonna see no Colombian dude paying more than $25 for the hottest chick. You crazy. That's y'all. Any price that you see when you come to Colombia, all you dudes, all you YouTubers and all you channels and all this pay for play price, that's y'all price. Local men in Brazil ain't paying that price. Local Thai dudes ain't paying that price. Dudes, local men in China, they ain't paying that price for no pay for play. That's you getting got because you messed up your own price because your price used to be 60,000 pesos too, but you simped. You simped. Man, y'all gonna go broke trying to do pay for play behind simps, bruh. Simps, bruh. You will go broke trying to pay for play behind them dudes. You can walk up to a female after a simp walked up to her. Man, shoot, that simp just gave her $400. Oh, you think I'm playing? This is the game. This is the part I do know that they do in Colombia. How much is the price, baby? 400. You thinking she's saying $400. That's why she just said 400. She didn't say pesos. You thinking she's saying $400. She's only asking for 400,000 pesos, which is $100. Yo dumb tail open up that wallet and give her $400 worth of pesos or 400 crisp $100 bills. So they've learned, don't say the currency, girl. Just say the amount. Never say the currency now. How much? 100. If you say, okay, 100,000 pesos, she gonna be like, okay, cool. But if you come out that crisp $100 bill, she ain't gonna give you no change. She ain't gonna tell you, oh, I really meant pesos. I know a dude that got like that. Me and my boy, Top Dog. Shout out to Top Dog. You know he's always in here. He's always in Cali. We were having dinner. We were just sitting back having dinner, having some beers at one of our favorite restaurants. One of the guys told us that in the restaurant that we were in, a brother from the States came to Cali with his stateside girlfriend. They telling us this story. The waiter comes with the bill. $350. This brother ain't took the time out to do no currency exchange, nothing. It's only 350,000 pesos. That's like $70, $75, right? Most of us know that. You take Colombian money, you take the US dollar divided by 4, just in case you guys are wondering how we come to that number. Whatever number of US dollar, you just divide it by 4, or the amount that they say, you just divide that number by 4, and you know how much you're spending in US dollars. So 360, 370 is like 70, $80 in USD. How come this dude trying to impress the sister here in Cali, he done threw the waiter $365 USD. You know what that waiter did? He stuffed that money right in our favorite restaurant. I know what waiter it is. That's my dog. He took that money and stuffed it right in his pocket. Went on ahead, paid the bill off, and sat back with his major tip and was hoping that dumb couple come back again. You hear? This is a brother from the States that brought his woman from the States and didn't take time out to learn anything about Colombia, at least the currency exchange. Don't laugh. It's the same thing that you dudes doing with pay for play now. Any of you dudes that's paying for coochie over the last 3 to 5 years, y'all all overpaying, way overpaying. Well, it ain't none of them chicks that's worth it. So you're getting lower quality around the world at a higher price because simps are messing it up for y'all. They ruining it. Vic, 350 USD. Hey Vic, you know the restaurant that you and I go to in the mall that always had a big steaks and everything? Remember, I think you were here last time. Last time you were here, you got that big steak. That restaurant. That restaurant. That one. Because I know everybody in there. Man, 350 came out of 350. Thought he was doing something big. Came out that 365. I was like, this here is a fool. But that's how dudes are doing with pay for play. Let's continue on with the video. Let me shut up for a minute.
Told you guys, and they will label themselves passport bros. These guys are just literally going overseas to part with their wallets. Simps ruin it for you. Do not have any pity on these guys or mercy. Simps are literally what destroyed dating in the West, and simps are now destroying dating overseas too. For every the clock is running out. In these popular places like Thailand, you are against the clock. Simps are destroying everything they touch. They destroy when it comes to women and dating. Absolutely. You're going to see that sooner or later. Thailand's just going to have the same westernized female mindset. Well, they'll demand an arm and a leg and we'll give you nothing. Why? Because you could be replaced by another simp. The simps land out those airplanes like fucking cockroaches, bro. It's the only place in Thailand where I've witnessed girls actively scrutinize men and shaking their nose at relationship offers from men that wouldn't have issues getting almost anyone nearly anywhere else in the country. My close friends here are a Thai plus British couple where the guy brings in the vast majority of income and still is expected to help along with cooking, cleaning, ironing his own shirts for work. and trying to gently cater to his girl while she's yelling at him. That's a Western relationship. That's trash. You went overseas, bro, to get yourself a Thai chick that won't even fucking iron your clothes for work. Congratulations. You played yourself, along with all the other simps who accept this behavior, which would be normally pretty unheard of in terms of relationship expectations in Thailand. This observation actually led me to the creation of this post. I see complaints about Western women on this forum. People blaming social media. I'm not a Western man or a woman, so I have no horse in the game. But if what is now happening in foreigner-dense cities in Thailand is of any indication, I can't help but wonder whether what went wrong in Western cities was actually fueled by the behavior of these men here, who all seem to pour their hearts out without even holding their women to the same standard, spoiling their own relationships and dating pools for those around them. Unbelievable. The thing with behaviors and expectations is that they are very quick to change depending on what you see in your environment. If your partner does everything for you, including things you wouldn't have imagined in your wildest dreams just years ago, it becomes a new default/baseline. It's now an expectation because you know you can get it, so you start expecting it. If you know others don't expect much, you know you don't have to give back much. This in turn ensures that girls are deprived of opportunities to put effort, which builds commitment and the source of fulfillment in relationships, and ensures nobody gets lasting happiness out of romantic relationships. Unbelievable. While non-Western men maintain their standards, self-respect, and expectations, aka don't simp, I think men in Western countries have lost them all. Okay? In the process, breaking their own dating pool and spoiling the quality of their own relationships. Women just adjusted to the new world and social media. Being at the bleeding edge of a cultural trend is always asking for more. The root of the problem is the doing of men who pour their hearts out with record low expectations out of their partners. This is one thing that those countries y'all travel to have never done, that you get to enjoy and glorify here without ever reflecting that the same behaviors that broke social fabrics of relationships where you came from are the behaviors you bring to spread over with you here.
I want to bring that beat back right there. The same behaviors that tarnish relationships in the West, the same thing that we don't like about women, the same thing that we don't appreciate about, and I noticed that, and a lot of you guys do too. Women in the West ask for money, don't they? They want to be spoiled. We go to other countries and just empty our wallets to other women. It's like all the requests that the women in the West ask for, we'll do it in another country for women that are becoming westernized. You ain't doing that for quality women. Don't be acting like you guys get off the plane and you got traditional women. Not everybody. No, not Pookie and Ray Ray. They are doing all the stuff that they complained about in the States, in other countries, and wonder why women in other countries such as Colombia are starting to become westernized. You did it. You did it in Spain. You did it in parts of Africa. You did it. You did it in all parts of Asia. You done it all over South America. All a Brazilian chick got to do is just halfway look like she's sexy and fine. You are rolling out the red carpet that the local dude don't even own. I'll say this again. You guys are rolling out the red carpet for women that the local men don't even own a red carpet to roll out for them. And they still smashing them. Okay, how many of y'all done got off a plane and your Colombiana was a virgin? What about your woman in the Philippines? Was she wasn't a virgin either? She wasn't. Oh, what? The Mexican chick had to be a virgin. She wasn't a virgin in Mexico either. Come on, your Venezuelan chick was a virgin. So none of them was virgins. That means that somebody was being intimate with them without having to spend the money that you spending, huh? You coming off a plane and simping in these countries, not realizing that somebody had been smashing them and even got big, because y'all love foreign baby mamas. Y'all won't touch a baby mama in your home country, but y'all love baby mamas in other countries. She's got proof she's been getting smashed. She got a child or children. And you will splurge on her. And she is becoming just as westernized as the women in other countries. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. No. No. I said no way in hell am I spending that type of money and I'm not getting the quality woman that I'm looking for. But here's the problem. Here's the kicker, guys. You ready? Successful men that are expats know how to become and remain traditional. I'm a traditional Colombian dude down here. If I was in Brazil, I carry myself like the traditional Brazilian dude. If I was in Spain, damn right, I'd be carrying myself like the traditional guy in Spain. Now, I'm an American, of course. But those of us who are successful, we don't go that extra mile unnecessarily. All you unsuccessful dudes, all the sex pats and the passport sexuals, the Pookies and Ray Rays, I'm telling you, dudes, y'all doing it bass backwards. And y'all gonna keep on going broke. And y'all gonna keep on going on YouTube having to beg for money. I'm stuck in an airport. I kid you not, man. I'm not coming at anybody. This episode is not coming at, but it's once again, I said we're going to talk about the simp side, and then we're going to talk about those men who are like us, who are successful. Who are successful. If you're in a city, Cali, Colombia is almost 3 million people, right? If you're in a city, no, Cali, I think Cali's 2 point something million. But if you're in a city with 2 point something million locals, let's say 800,000 are men. And they're showing you that they've been smashing these sexy women since high school. They're showing you they've been impregnated these women since high school. They're showing you it don't take all that opening up your wallet to get that coochie. Why are you trying to do it the opposite way of the local men? If millions of men are giving you the blueprint to get that coochie, why are you trying to roll a boulder uphill? See, Colombian men know this. If she say no, don't worry. It's another one that looks just like her. I think that's the one thing that American men have failed to realize, and Canadian men too, as well as UK. In all these countries we go to, there is so much beauty, so much gorgeousness and femininity that the one that you are clamoring over with your money, you could throw her in the dumpster. It's 15 more like her that you'll see in the next 30 seconds. Ain't none of us got the finest woman. I'll say this again. Ain't none of us. We got fine women. Yes, we do. All of us. We got some fine women. The finest doesn't exist in South America. There is no such thing as the finest. Why? Because every time you think you saw the finest, there's 15 more that you're going to see throughout that next hour that's finer than her. And we all know that about South America and parts of Africa. There's always going to be somebody finer than the fine that you see. That's what the Bible says. The eyes of a man is never full. The eyes of a man is never full. You'll never see the finest. This is the finest. There is no such thing as the finest woman in Brazil. She's fine, but there's no such thing. Why? Because as soon as you glance away from her, there's 15 more that walk past you that look better than the one that you got. So none of us got the finest. So get that out your head. Stop treating her like my point is, stop treating her like she's the finest, because the finest does not exist. She can be replaced like any other woman can be replaced. Just say no, gentlemen. Nancy Reagan told you just say no. Big Brother said most men will travel the long path when you cut simps out your life. Yeah, a lot of these guys will feel lonely if they can't be a simp. Shout out to my man Vic for supporting 5 more memberships. Appreciate you, brother. I really do, man. Look forward to whenever you come back down, bro. Look forward to hanging out with you, man. I kid you not. You one of my dudes, like my brother. He said bitches are attracted to you like a magnet when you know that they are when they know that they got a challenge. Boom. Even in marriage, I'm married to Andrea. I don't be walking around like I worship my wife. I walk around like I love my wife. I'll say this again. I don't worship my wife. I worship God. I love my wife. Some of you dudes be worshiping these women, bruh. We got to stop that. All of us are replaceable. My wife, I am. All of us are replaceable, bruh. Batteries not included. I'm telling you, all of us can be replaced. Stop acting like your Colombiana is the finest one. She fine. Oh, yes, she is. But she ain't the finest one. Ain't no such thing as the finest one. None of us have ever seen the finest Colombiana. I've seen all the Miss Universes, all the Miss Colombian pageants. They were fine. But I could walk out the door and I could see at least 7 Colombianas in the grocery store that was fine, just as fine as Miss Fine Fine. That was on the beauty pageant. Sofia Vergara, fine. She's just fine. She ain't the finest Colombiana. In the United States, they think Sofia Vergara is just it. She is just Miss Colombia. Dude, she ain't the finest Colombiana, bro. She blends right in. Dude, her facial features blend right in with Colombian women. You like, yep, that's a Colombian woman. She's another Colombian woman. Yeah. Nothing special. And then when you say that to people on social media, they can't believe, oh man, no, she is just, or this Colombian, I got the baddest one. Dude, there is no baddest. You got a bad one. You got you a baddie. Not the baddest, bro. And usually the baddest one, the finest ones, you'll never see anyway. Why? Because they live in the hood of the hood of the hood. The finest women in South America live in the poorest area in South America. Your bad Brazilian, the baddest Brazilians, they live in the poorest area. Them females be sexy as can be and broker than broke. They borrowed that dress to go out samba dancing. Man, y'all don't, please. He said, we'll never see the finest ever. It'd be once in a blue moon if we ever see something like that. That is so true in any country. In any country. In any country. But especially in countries that beauty thrives, like Brazil and Venezuela and, you know, in parts of Asia and parts of Africa where beauty just falls off the tree. Dude. Man, if y'all don't start telling these females, no, I got 100,000 pesos. Nah, my price is too bad. Next, I got 100,000 pesos. And you got kids, miles to feed at home. You okay? Y'all think the females ain't gonna take that 100,000 pesos in Cartagena? Right, Venezuelan. You think that fine Venezuela in Cartagena ain't gonna take that 100,000 pesos and she got a mouth to feed back at the house? She told you 300,000. You say I got 100,000. You want it or not? You say it like that. Guess what? You still gonna beat that coochie up. Why? Because she realizes that if I get with a local dude, it's only 60,000 pesos. So if I give it to an American dude, I guess I still came up. JG, Colombia spelled with 2 O's, no U. He said the big challenge for me in Colombia is the fact that Colombia is in South Carolina, because that's where Colombia is. South Carolina, state of Washington. That's what Colombia is with a U. He said it's picking up police women and bank managers. They're in the better your Spanish gets, man. It's so easy to pick up police women. That I can attest to. It's easy to pick up police women in Colombia. Super easy. Super easy. They ain't got no cut here. That's what I can say about Colombia. They do not have no cut when it comes to sharing and getting to know somebody and meeting somebody. There is no cut. I kid you not. You would think like it's in the States where she's professional, she's at work. Shh. They do not care. They do not. If they're interested in you, they do. They literally can have 4 other police officers standing right there, all males. And she will just open up her little phone and just exchange Instagram or phone numbers with you. I'm like, okay, this ain't something I heard. This is something I know. And I like the fact that you said bank managers. Yes, sir. He said, man, he said, I'm a Colombian. He said, I'm in the Colombian banks all the time. And I see fine was, brother, I've been preaching the gospel of bank tellers for the longest. Nobody seems to listen. The women that work in the banks, man, these dudes be sleeping. Dude, Colombia goes to lunch at right around 1 o'clock, right? Man, it is packed. All of a sudden, everybody's out and about for lunch, and sometimes they get a 2-hour lunch. And man, everybody's out and about and doing their thing. Man, you can pick up on them bank tellers fast, bro. You can just pick them off, bro. I've been preaching that gospel about the bank teller, man. Dude, sleeping, man. Listen, the bank tellers and the bank managers. Shoot. Okay. Let's get back to the video. Let me move this back just a little bit. Shout out, man, Bobby in the building. Oh, man, Bobby Space Ghost. Yes, sir. Bobby is in the building.
And is always asking for more. The root of the problem is the doing of men who pour their hearts out with record low expectations out of their partners. This is one thing that those countries y'all travel to have never done. That you get to enjoy and glorify here without ever reflecting that the same behaviors that broke social fabrics of relationships where you came from are the behaviors you bring to spread over with you here. I told you, man. A lot of these goofies, I don't know what the name for these guys are. Sex pats, whatever you want to call them. The passport bro shit went mainstream. You had 2 branches separate out. You had the dudes that were really trying to retire overseas and were showing you the life, and they were like married and had houses and kids and shit. They really planted roots and they made the power of the financial dollar work for them. And then you had the dudes that were just traveling straight up, like pumping and dumping, temporary arrivals, having fun, and then going back to the States to work and shit. And now you have these dudes that, like now that the word has spread, you have another class of guys that are strictly just pay for play, girlfriend experience, mega simping with nothing in return. I mean, the guy's explaining to you the couple that he knew. I saw this with my own eyes, dude. It was no different than any Western relationship, except the woman would give you a little attention here and there because the dollar is worth so much more there. So you're still with a woman that doesn't care about you and is using you for your wallet. How is that a win? I don't understand. And then edit. Some actionable advice is that you shouldn't actively give more than you get. If that's what you feel you need in your hometown, forget about it because things are generally fair elsewhere. In most places, men are absolutely expected to have their expectations and set rules of engagements towards romantic relationships. And women generally respect that. They want you to benefit from the relationship so you stay happily in it, as they benefit from that same relationship at least as much as you do. They also pursue relationships at least as much as men do. Going nuclear is not absolutely unnecessary, but it also will establish a lower quality relationship for you. Then the comments, dude, saying, I totally agree. American simps are a plague on the planet. They tie their entire self-worth to what money they make. It's fucking sad to see someone think so low of themselves. And you hear it on Passport Bros all the time. I could change your life. The money they make here locally, these people are poor. You know, I can change her life and do everything for her. I'm a big baller when I step into town. You're leading with your wallet. Literally, like Red Pill 101, you're a fucking simp, bro. You have nothing to offer but your money. They ruined dating in their own homeland by doing all the shit that massively inflated every woman's ego. And now they're going abroad and doing it elsewhere. Sad. It says, well, Americans are one thing until you learn to notice the Chinese simps. They go way harder on simping due to the gender imbalance in their home country. They have deeper pockets and will spend much more to impress a bar girl or whatever. Sheesh. Says, I assume these Passport Bros are also going all out with their foreigner women because they want their investment to pay off and bring back a hot woman and say, I told you so. To everyone whose eyes rolled into oblivion when they came up with the oldest trick in the book, sex tourism. What they don't realize is that even if things don't go as described here, which is very interesting and insightful, showering someone with gifts and doing everything for them in order to love back is a bad foundation for a relationship regardless. They're love bombing to the max, and that's manipulation. Sheesh.
Before we go any further, Stuart Garfield question has a good question. And shout out to my man Neo in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. He says this. Garfield says, so here's the question. How come a lot of these dudes or these guys are liking pay for play? Pay for play is, like the brother just mentioned, it is the oldest profession in the world. Money exchange, you know. We don't have to waste time. We ain't got to do no dating. We ain't got to do any courting. We ain't got to it is what it is. Transactional, right? But here's the part. A lot of guys have convinced themselves that we all are transactional. So I'm going to say something. A lot of dudes that do pay for play don't want to take accountability of the fact that they do pay for play. So they try to make it seem like what we do as boyfriends, husbands, or guys that are courting is equal to pay for play. These guys are saying what your granddaddy did for your grandmama for 52 years is equivalent to a dude in Las Vegas with a prostitute. Don't make any sense, does it? We're talking about your granddaddy and your grandmama that took a photo shoot with the family, and it was 19 people. They had 7 kids. Those kids had kids, got married, and grandma and granddaddy sitting in the middle of the photo with 19 people standing around them. That's equivalent to a dude going to Las Vegas and buying bitches for 54 years. You see how that don't even make no dang sense? Well, they do the same thing to us who are in solidified relationships, or you're courting a quality woman in other countries. And they try to say, well, we all pay. No, granddaddy, grandma, me, and you guys, when we do what we do, it's called responsibility. What they do with pay for play is called luxury. It's a luxury. Most luxuries you're not looking for a rate of return on, right? When I go to a movie, I'm not looking for a rate of return on the movie. I just hope the movie is good, but I'm not looking to get a profit off the movie. If I go to a football game, I hope my team wins, but I'm not looking for a profit or refund once I get, or percentage back of the ticket sales at the football game, do I? What about at the basketball game? You don't look for a proceeds or a rate of return back, do you? When you're married, or you got a girlfriend or somebody that you're seriously courting, you're looking for ROI, aren't you? When you're paid for play is luxury. You're just trying to get that nut off. Just like we had the same pleasure and the fun and the drill and the rush of sports. And that's it. What I do is completely different from what pay for play dudes do. But the reason why it has just gotten overboard because a lot of guys that are sex pets have leached on Aaron's passport bro movement. Shout out to Aaron Ferris once again for creating the passport bro movement and the state in the same. They have leached on to the passport bro movement to hide behind you guys. You guys who are true black men and white men expats like myself, like Legion of Men, like I say, Legion of Men, the guy that's talking, he's in Europe right now with his girl. A lot of you guys are quality dudes that don't be on camera. These dudes who are sex pets try to hide in the crowd behind us. Remember, before sex pets, there were whoremongers. They were called whoremongers. They were sex pets. They were passport sexuals. They were mail order briding guys. Remember they were mail order bride the women. Then the passport bro movement came. When the last time you hear somebody call somebody a passport sexual or a sex pet or a whoremonger? They don't say that as much anymore, do they? What do they call them? Passport bros. Now they can hide behind the passport bro moniker. So it seems like more passport bros are pay for play. No, it's not. And these dudes won't deny it. This is the part that gets me. If you're going to be a passport sexual or a sex pet or a whoremonger, ain't nobody counting your money. Ain't nobody tripping. But could you just do everybody else a favor and just say, hey, I'm not a passport bro? Could you at least do the passport bro movement a favor and say, hey, ladies, I know y'all making videos about guys going out and just buying sex. Realize I'm not a passport bro. Could you dudes that get drugged every time you come to Colombia, can you at least tell the media, hey, I got drugged, I'm not a passport bro? They never do that. They just blend right on and just hide behind us. And so those of us who are successful men that are buying businesses, that are networking, learning new languages, having a female friend or two, making cool male friends in new countries and stuff like that, we're not talked about. The dudes that's hiding behind us, that's what everybody's talking about. The passport sexuals, the sex pats, and the whoremongers. They are the ones that hide behind the passport bro movement, but have nothing to do with the movement at all. Will never deny that they aren't part of the movement. So that's why it seems like there's more passport bros out here buying pay for play. It's not. It's still the same passport sexuals doing it. And I ain't hating on y'all, but we just tired of y'all trying to use the passport bro moniker to hide. If you're a whoremonger, be it. Be who you are. If you're a sex pet, be it, bro. If you're a passport sexual, be it. But stop faking like you're a passport bro. This dude Aaron is putting a lot of money behind building up men to become black men expats, to be able to enjoy life and let life be therapy for them in other countries. And here y'all go, y'all sitting up here, all y'all doing is thinking about the ladies. We trying to tell y'all about the cost of living. We're trying to tell y'all about the business opportunities. We try to tell y'all about the networking as passport bros and networking with each other. And these dudes getting drugged and robbed, and then they sit back and don't say nothing about, well, I'm not a passport bro anyway, even though I got drugged and robbed. Because the term sex pet seems demeaning. Passport sexual term seems demeaning. Whoremonger seems demeaning. I'm a passport bro. It doesn't seem as demeaning. But now it's starting to make the other brothers like myself and others look negative. Garfield, he said, yeah, my long-term goal is to either live in Argentina, shout out to Argentina, or the Netherlands. It is beautiful out there in the Netherlands. Beautiful. Shout out to my man Jules in the building. He says this, he said, I think the damage has been done. I do too, brother. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. He says, so practically there is a lot of people cosplaying. Yep. That's exactly what that is. Cosplaying and pretending to be passport bros. Is it that what you're saying? Absolutely correct. I've been saying that for a few years, man. It's a lot of fake passport bros that know that all they're doing is whoremongering. They don't want to be like Flip Flop in DR, go to DR, open up. Flip Flop says, I got a bunch of kids in DR. He said, I take care of all my kids. Why? He lives there. He has a couple of booming restaurants and other business ventures there. Most dudes ain't trying to do it like him the correct way. Most dudes who are whoremongers, passport sexuals, and sex pats, there is nothing traditional about them dudes. Even though pay for play is the oldest profession, there is nothing traditional about them dudes. And another thing that we're going to hit on tomorrow episode is the addiction of pay for play. A lot of guys don't want to realize, don't want to tell you guys, pay for play is just as addictive as a drug, as alcohol, as scornography. Pay for play is just as addictive as gambling. A lot of guys don't want to talk to you about that. We got a video on a woman that was a pay for play in the States for years. And if you saw her, you wouldn't think she was ever pay for play a day in her life. You thought she was some regular nerdy girl librarian. And she tells the stories of the type of clients that she dealt with on the pay for play scale. And she breaks down how a lot of her clients kept coming back because they were addicted to pay for play. She said it wasn't because of me. It wasn't because of the sex. She said it was an addiction now. She said they were addicted to spending money like that on women. So a lot of you guys become pay for play junkies. I said it. A lot of you dudes become pay for play junkies, and you think you're just doing it out of fun, but you ever notice you try to get that high, that pay for play. Let me get 2 women. Let me get 3 women. Because it's not like it was your first year. When your first year going to Cartagena, you got them baddies. That adrenaline rush was crazy. Now you're trying to get that adrenaline rush back. Now I need 2 baddies. Now I need 3 baddies. Now I need 15. Some of y'all will come. Okay, if you think I'm lying that it's addictive, how many times have we heard brothers say, man, I smashed 23 in 5 days? I don't eat 23 times in 5 days. How many of y'all eat 23 times in 5 days? Let's round it up to 25. That means that you have to eat 5 times a day. I don't eat 5 times a day. How many of y'all take 5 showers a day for 5 days? Okay, how many of y'all go to the gym 5 times a day for 5 days? I like to read. How many of y'all read a book? 5 different books a day for 5 days. Anytime you do something like that, if you smoke cigarettes 5 times a day, smoke weed 5 times a day, drink alcohol 5 times a day, we consider all that what? Addictions, don't we? We consider all that addictions. If we consider all those things addictions, why can't we consider pay for play if you done ran through 23 or 25 women in 5 times a day as in 5 days as an addiction? Why is everything else an addiction? If it's done that much on that level, how come everything else will be considered an addiction? If you bust one on porno watching Scorno 5 times a day, people consider that addiction, right? Man, he busting 5 times a day watching Scorn for 5 days. Oh, he addicted. He got to smoke weed at least 5 times. Oh, he got addiction for it. That's part of what he do. He got to have a shot of liquor 5 times a day for 5 days. Oh, yeah, he an alkie. He an alcoholic. Everything else is considered. If I overeat, that's considered an addiction. If I go to the gym that much, that's considered addiction. Everything is considered addiction. Why the hell is pay for play not considered an addiction then, if I'm doing it with the same veracity as these other things? And that's what the lady tomorrow is going to be talking about. That a lot of dudes do pay for play at a certain, it gets to a point to where you're no longer just a client, you're a junkie. And she feeding your fix. I'll say this again. You're no longer one of her pay for play clients like in your first year. You're a junkie walking through Cartagena, walking through Medellin, walking through the Philippines, walking through Thailand. You're nothing but a junkie. But because it's sex and you got money, ain't nobody supposed to say it. And I'm not coming at you. I kid you not. Your business, you're a grown man. But it is what it is scientifically. You can't do, none of us can overindulge in something on a regular basis, just continue to overindulge in it, and it doesn't become an addiction, from food addiction to alcohol addiction to whatever it is. Addicted to television, addicted to whatever. Scoring addiction. If all of that is considered an addiction when we overindulge it, it's the same thing with pay for play. And that's why the pay for play industry in many countries is so strong, because a lot of y'all don't want to admit you a damn junkie. Dre, that's crazy. No, it's not. It's crazy because you're in the middle of doing it. What crackhead consider being a crackhead crazy? What weed head ever said smoking weed was crazy? What person that smokes cigarettes on a regular basis ever said smoking cigarettes is crazy? You never say something is crazy while you're in the middle of the addiction. You might say, don't do this. You might not want to smoke cigarettes like I do, but you're gonna keep doing it. It's the, who said in the middle of them watching so much scoring that is crazy? No, after a while they realize, man, what I'm doing, this is crazy, bro. I gotta slow this down. Some of y'all can't go to Cartagena without smashing 23 chicks, 10 chicks, 5, 15 chicks. You can't enjoy Cartagena. You ain't got no time to leave no hotel room. You going from pro to pro to pro to pro. And like I said, ain't nothing wrong with it, but when you let it control your activities, when you go to these countries, anytime a man try to make you feel guilty for not doing pay for play, that's another thing that you know when it comes to passport sexuals. They will try to make you feel guilty. Guys group, you going on a trip with your guys. You ain't all addicted to hoes and pros like that. So you might go hit a brothel, but they talk crazy to you because you ain't sleeping with nobody in the streets of Cartagena. You decide to go hit a brothel and they want to talk bad to you because you ain't running through 5 or 6 chicks that they done brought to the party. You like, nah, I done been to the brothel already. I'm good, dog. I want to enjoy the rest of I want to enjoy the city and enjoy Colombia. I didn't come here just to smash chicks in the hotel room like y'all dudes doing every other hour. But they will criticize you for not being a junkie like them. I see it all the time, man. Them dudes try to guilt trip y'all into being pay for play like they are. All the time. I see it with dudes that be going down to Brazil all the time. Dudes that be coming to a Venezuelan. According to a lot of dudes, Venezuelan women ain't good for nothing else but pay for play. Let y'all tell it. All Venezuelan women. Don't matter if she was born in Venezuela, she is pay for play 100%. Like ain't no Venezuelan women got no brains at all. They all dumb as bricks. According to a lot of dudes. If she Venezuelan, she give you the best sex. Can't nobody compete with her, but that's all she good for. Let a lot of dudes tell a story that you can't marry a Venezuelan. You can't find no quality Venezuelan woman. And usually those narratives are told by dudes that are passport sexuals. It's never us good dudes that see. The one thing that you'll never hear us good dudes, us quality dudes use terms in the extreme. You'll never hear me say all Brazilian women, all African women, all good dudes don't use extremes. All American women, no. Us good dudes, us quality dudes, we know better than the extreme something. There is no such thing as all. But let y'all tell it, damn near all Colombians out to hurt your heart and use money. All women in DR are pay for play. And they all in Sasua. Shout out to Monterez again. He said pay for play can be dangerous. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. I see so many dudes that, like I said, it's dudes in the morgue in Medellin right now. Pay for play is worse than some drugs if you think about it. Yes, it is. Because you get that adrenaline rush, you get that person that's right there. They're right there. So unlike weed and marijuana and everything else, this person is actually being able to communicate. You can actually see this person after that addiction. You guys are overpaid for a price. I remember one dude, man, kid you not, this was a few years back, man. This dude was paying this woman $400 a day and taking her on shopper sprees just to be his pay for play for 4 days. He literally paid her $400 a day. And this was back in like 2018, 2019. Pay her $400 a day and took her on a shopping spree every single day just to be a pay for play. And just so she could, and the guy that told the story was his partner, his homeboy that went on the trip with him. So that's who verified it. He said she was buying all type of stuff for her boyfriend and her son. So when this dude leave, he said, we warned the dude. Every day he was taking on a shopping spree for her boyfriend that was in Colombia and her son that was in Colombia, and was still giving her $400 a day. There's a dude out down here at one point in time in Medellin. I told y'all he went through $100,000 in 6 months. He was giving women in Colombia $4,000 a session. $4,000 a session. Montrez says, Kevin Samuel said, smashing chicks do not make you a man. He was on point. A lot of these dudes, man, will sit up here, man. I got chicks. I got chicks. Look at my phone. Look at the women that I had. I had all these women. Look at this. I finally, bruh. You purchased them. Of course you're gonna have a really attractive women in your phone. You purchased them. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with purchasing as far as equal transaction. Fair exchange is not a robbery. I have nothing against pay for play. I'll say that again. So if you guys think this is an anti-pay for play conversation, it's not. But this is an anti-don't lie to us men about what you really doing conversation. Don't lie to us as if pay for play is not addictive for many men. Don't lie to us that pay for play is a substitute because a lot of men are lonely after their divorce. I'll say that again. A lot of brothers doing pay for play because they lonely. A lot of dudes do pay for play because they're bored. They come here. They don't know any Spanish. They don't know anybody. They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. And so they do pay for play out of boredom. Just straight boredom. It's crazy. Yeah. Paid more than Cam. And I know a lot of you guys feel like it ain't tricking if you got it. Addictions don't care if you got it or not. I'll say this again. The addiction to pay for play does not care if you got the money or not. Addictions do not care. When the devil comes in with an addiction, he don't care if you got the money or not. You could be the brokest dude trying to scrape together money for pay for play, or you could be a dude that came to Colombia as a multimillionaire and still get addicted to pay for play. Addiction does not care. You know, I got more respect for guys that come to Colombia, get maybe 1 or 2 women, maybe 3, and sponsor. I got more respect for sponsors that are here, not the Western Union Poppy type sponsors. I'm talking about when you get here to Colombia and you got 2 or 3 women in your penthouse, and them the ones that you got your whole. I got more respect for them dudes. That's like, I know that these women ain't got no job. One of them gonna be my maid. The other one gonna be my pay for play. The other one is gonna be a team player that I take out in public, whatever it may be. I got more respect for those dudes that just like Nabisco. This show was brought to you by Nabisco. Straight sponsors. I got respect for sponsor guys than I got for dudes that are pay for play addicted. Both of them are spending money, but you could tell who going through the addiction. And them dudes be brag. Them dudes be swearing that they so proud of themselves. You be thinking these dudes treat pay for play like a kid in the 1st grade with his first report card and his all A's. You can't tell these dudes nothing. Look, mama, I got all A's. And they be so proud. I ran through 23 women in 5 days. What? I was there for 10 days and I went through 19, bruh. If that ain't considered chasing a high, I don't know what is. If that is not considered chasing your high, whatever your adrenaline rush is, if that's not considered chasing your high, you might as well have just went ahead and got you 2 freaky Venezuelans and just been freaky with them too all weekend. No, I wanted her. I had to have her. I wanted her. She looked like she was Asian. I had to have it. Here's another rule, guys, of successful men. Another rule of successful men that are successful as expats. We've already come to peace with we can't have them all. We've already come to peace. If I was single and I was in the Philippines, I'm running through my little lady friends. I can't get them all. The time and the money and the energy that I'd waste trying to smash them all, a grown man know, I can't fuck them all. I can't sleep with them all. Not all of them that my eyes would want. That my eyes would want. You can't sleep with them all. Your eyes want so many of them in Colombia, so many of them in Venezuela, so many of them in Brazil. You cannot sleep with everything that you see, and us grown men have come to peace with that. I got stuff to do. Some of us grown men work so hard in the States, you just want to sit on the beach quietly. I don't want to hear shit but waves. I just want to hear waves. I want to enjoy a cold brew, and I want to hear waves. I want a cutie on my side, and I need for her to shut up. I want to hear, so I don't want no music on. Some of y'all are so stressed in the States that when you get on that plane, you want your cutie on your side. I want her to sit back and work on her Brazilian tan. I want that tan to look so good that she got tan lines when I see her tonight, but I don't want her to talk. I need her to sit back, be quiet. I need a noiseless hour in Brazil. Some of y'all don't know how to do that because you're too busy trying to chase everything that your eyes see. And some of y'all go back home just to stress the hell out back when you get back to the States before you left the States. You were so busy chasing everything that you never got a chance to just woo-saw, just wind down, just woo. I'm out the States. Goodness gracious. Let me just close my eyes for a second. Just enjoy, take a deep breath and just enjoy the Philippines, fresh air. And you ain't do none of that. You ain't let your body just get no rest. Your body was stressed from working the third shift job in the States, and you came to the Philippines and you just ran your body ragged. And then you get back to the States, you wonder why you so exhausted. You never allowed your body to get no rest. None. Because you were too busy chasing everything that your eyes see. That's why the Bible says the eyes of a man is never full. It's never full. You cannot chase that addiction of your eyes. You'll always see another one I want to smash, and another one I want to smash, and another one I want to smash. You'll never get past that addiction. And you guys will continue to smash your 24s and 25s. And you think you bragging to us. See, I'm going to tell y'all something. When I first started traveling and I was hearing those dudes that were smashing 24, 25s, I can't lie. I was kind of like, wow, you smashing 25? Dang. These dudes like superheroes with the dick. These dudes are throwing it out. Wow. Now, I thought I was getting them in the States. These dudes, wow. I kid you not. That's how it was when I first started hearing about dudes doing it like that, right? Wow, you've been through 17 in 7 days. Wow. Y'all doing it. Then as time progressed and we got older, I started watching instead of just, I started observing instead of just watching. I want to say this again. I slowly started observing instead of just watching and ooh and ah. And I started noticing dudes were doing it because they were bored. Dudes were doing it because they were lonely. Dudes that were doing pay for play on that level, because they didn't know anything else to do. They come to Cartagena. They don't know. No, I guess I'll sleep with some females. I guess. I don't know nothing about this city or the people or the food. I don't know nothing about Colombia. I know they got beautiful women. I guess I do the women. They don't know anything else. I sat back and I just watched. And I watched guys go broke. I didn't even notice it when I first started coming to South America. I didn't know dudes were going broke. Then I started noticing these niggas going broke. I thought everybody had a great job. Dude, I was so fooled, man. I was so naive. Man, I was coming down here 2017, 18, 16. I'm thinking like everybody got, balling. Everybody on retirement mode. And they got money in the bank stacked. And, they got investments. I'm looking at everybody like they got the largest 401k of all time. I kid you not. I did not know dudes were coming down here scraping money together for 3 or 4 months just to come down here and blow it and then go back home, rent due. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I didn't know that dudes were overpaying. I didn't know nothing about overpaying. Like I said, I'm a brothel boy. So I'm not in the streets getting conned like you dudes are getting conned. Brothel, the price is right there on the wall. The prices are right there. I ain't got to guess. We ain't got to negotiate. The price right there. Bam. I know what it is. I'm looking at you dudes getting conned, and then I didn't know dudes were getting drugged and then robbed after getting drugged. Dude, I ain't know nothing about that. I had in my mind, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I had glorified you dudes that do pay for play, and you were getting all these women. In my mind, for about a good year or two, wow. Until I sat back, kept my mouth shut, and I started observing. In other words, I put y'all under the microscope. Because, okay, let me see what's really going on. In the microscope, you can really see what's going on. And you start to realize these dudes, they ain't got nothing going on in their life. And they would rather go broke on a flight to Colombia smashing 8, 9, 10 chicks just to have something, anything in life to make them feel good about themselves. I just went through a divorce. I ain't over my divorce yet. Type of behavior. I just went through a breakup. I'm not over my breakup yet. So I got to do something that's going to make me feel good. I live in the United States, and my job, my boss works my last nerve. I'm working double times. I'm working 27 hours a day in the States. I got to get on a plane and go somewhere that's going to make me feel good as a man. And I have no problem with paying for it until I'm so broke, I don't even have money for the food in my refrigerator back home in the States. That's how much I'd have messed up my money. And there are a lot of guys like that. And I'm not coming, like I said, I'm not coming at the pay for play movement. But when it gets to a point where you can't afford it, or if you can't afford it and it's an addiction, that's what we're talking about tonight. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. And a lot of guys, I knew this. Kid you not. I've been doing YouTube long enough when it comes to men content. I knew when I did this live stream, it wouldn't be that many people here. Shout out to all 70 of you guys that are here. I knew it wouldn't be that many people here. Because I knew the simps never want to hear about their simping. Simps will never show. If I do a live stream and I said, the ladies out here simping, man, we got 115 people in the live stream. But when I talk about men, I had already put it in my mind there would not be that many people here on this live stream. I've been doing this long enough to know better. But I care enough not to care about how many numbers we have, but the truth needs to be told for us to kind of like ponder over it, give you something to chew on after the live stream and think about, okay. And the other reason, before we go back to the video, is this. Yeah, I already knew. Dave. When I came up with this, I've been doing YouTube long enough to know what topics pop off for men that men really enjoy and what topics men don't really want to talk about. What we want to cry about women not taking accountability. Shh. Men, we don't like to take accountability either. Shout out to my man Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family. Appreciate you being here, as well as Jay being here. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. And that's why you'll always hear me say, before we go back to the video, and I go get me another beer out the freezer. That's why you always hear me say, don't let these pay for play brothers guilt you into doing something that ain't you. I'm gonna say this again. I like what one brother told me. He said, Dre, I'm not a pay for play dude. He said, I'm really moving down here to Cali, and he's been every trip he comes down here, he comes down here and has a great time, and he's making the process of getting his visa and everything. Real serious brother. And I remember he told me one day, he said I went to the brothel one time because I had an itch to scratch. He said, I had been here 4 days. He said, and I'm not really, a pay for play type of dude. He said, but he said, I heard you talk about the brothels. He said, so I had an itch to scratch. He said, I went on here, got my itch scratched. Now he's got somebody down here that he's seriously dating because he's always down here. Now he's got somebody down here that he's seriously dating, happy. He ain't thought about a brothel again. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with pay for play, bros. But that addiction or trying to make somebody else feel guilty that's not in the pay for play world like you are. If 5 of us, if I'm single, 5 of us go hanging out in Medellin, I ain't going to Parque Yeras like that. I ain't going to the brothels like that. This just ain't my world. Y'all my dogs. I'll catch y'all later. It's 50 other things that I could do in Medellin, and I'm gonna meet some ladies doing that. But I'm just not wired for pay for play, and a lot of dudes are like me. I don't know nothing about pay for play in the States. I don't know nothing about pay for play in Canada. I don't know nothing about pay for play in UK. I don't know nothing about, I ain't no professional like that. But a lot of dudes try to pretend like they professional pay for players. And you like me, you ain't never bought no Uzi before. Never in your life. Maybe once or twice, some of us. So don't let these dudes try to trick you or charm you. Or you in Cartagena, I'm gonna introduce you to Monica. Dog, she only charged 100,000 pesos. Dog, she nasty. When you know that might not be your world. You might be like me. You might be a saber-toothed tiger. You used to hunting down your prey. That's me. I'm sorry for all you pay for play dudes. Some of us are silver, saber-toothed tigers. We like to hunt our prey. Pay for play dudes, you don't hunt your prey. Come on now. Let's be real. You do not hunt your prey when it's either in a brothel or on the streets or on an app. That ain't no dang. That's like sitting back talk about. That's like when dudes used to go out and go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of fish, put it in a bucket full of water, and then go back home and pretend like they were just fishing. Look, all this fish I caught. You ain't caught that fish. What is going on with you ain't caught that fish. Okay, it looks better. You didn't catch that fish. Shout out to 1J being in the building. My man Ben and boy, the brethren are showing up. Shout out to you, brothers. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salute to you, gentlemen. Yeah. Even the once or two times in life that I ever did it, I didn't pretend like I hunted down the prey. No. I like the fact that I'm going out here. I'm a little nervous. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to say. I like that feeling of that adrenaline rush is like, for me, when it comes to walking up to the ladies and saying, I like that adrenaline. When I was single, I like that adrenaline rush of meeting somebody like outside the gym or in the grocery store or, in Colombia. I like that feeling, man. Whether it be in a bar or whether it be at because I'm more of a bar guy than a club guy. Those little things, dude. Saber tooth. Some of us like to hunt our prey down. We are expecting 6 no's. You know how the lions and the cheetahs, they go for a hunt and they say a lion only gets 20% of its hunt. But does that stop the lion from hunting? Does the lion just say, you know what? Forget it. I'm gonna just do like the hyenas. I'm gonna just only eat dead animals. If it ain't dead, it ain't me. No, lions just keep on hunting. That's me. I expect not to get all the kills. I'm like the lion. You might get 20%. Okay, cool. Man, I just can't do the pay play, bro. Like, not on that level. Not on that level. I couldn't do it. I could not. Fuck that. I like to know that I conquered this one. Where'd you get that one from? I walked it down. Dre, how'd you get that one, dog? I'm old school. Bruh, how you get that one? Remember how we used to say that to each other? Hey, Dre, I see what you working with. How'd you get her? Where you meet her at? You can't say that to you pay for play dudes. Dog, where you get her? Where you meet her at? Let's get back to the video. I'm about to give me some fresh beers. I'm going to move this back a little bit for some of you guys that just came in.
Americans are one thing until you learn to notice the Chinese simps. They go way harder on simping due to the gender imbalance in their home country. They have deeper pockets and will spend much more to impress a bar girl or whatever. Sheesh. As I assume these passport bros are also going all out with their foreigner women because they want their investment to pay off and bring back a hot woman and say, I told you so. To everyone whose eyes rolled into oblivion when they came up with the oldest trick in the book, sex tourism. What they don't realize is that even if things don't go as described here, which is very interesting and insightful, showering someone with gifts and doing everything for them in order to gain love back is a bad foundation for a relationship regardless. They're love bombing to the max, and that's manipulation. Sheesh. I agree. I have no idea what the fuck is going on here in the USA. Guys will literally white knight a 5'10" obese woman online like she's a 10'10". And this guy say, you're generous with that 5. Oftentimes it's quite lower. Sheesh. Hoflation. Non-monogamy means the hottest guys get the lion's share and the lower 80% have to fight for scraps. So even ugly women get a lot of attention. Sheesh. And says, I think this is a really thought out post, though I will say I travel because I have standards. There's going to be a divide among Western men who are traveling because they cannot get any woman here, and ones who are traveling because we can get Western women and just don't find them up to our standard. Not fat is even pretty high hurdle these days. That's extremely true. So the guys that I've seen doing well here in Eastern Europe and in Thailand, where it looked like they were leading the relationship, was always guys that had no problem getting laid back home. All the dudes that I've seen here in Bucharest that are doing well, I've met guys from all over the place, all sorts of countries outside of Eastern Europe, Americans of every type, Englishmen, some Australians, whether white or black, or, one dude was Hispanic, but mostly white or black. And you see them coming over here. And the guy that I saw that was doing really well, he had a different woman on his arm. Like, I swear it was like every other day. Every time I was walking outside to go to gym, would just say hi to him. He's a black dude. And he was very well built, looked like a fucking NFL linebacker. Absolute specimen. Dude took care of himself, was making a ton of money, bro. A ton of money. And he was living here for at least a year already. And he was doing great because he planted some roots. If you're passing through, and he had some dime pieces because he was actually seriously dating, which was his intention. Most of the guys that planted roots here were talking about like actually living, starting families. That brings you into a realm of a different kind of woman that you're able to attract, especially when they see that you live here. But if you're doing the passing through shit, these guys are most likely like max simping or straight paying for it, paying to feel loved with the girlfriend experience. I saw that shit in Thailand, dude. It absolutely blew me away. I saw so many mixed couples, like white Westerners, black Westerners, any Westerner in general from any like ethnicity with their Thai women. And a vast majority, it didn't matter. We're just simps, dude. It was shocking to see the amount of simping, the body language between the couples. And then every once in a while, you had a Westerner that's like really well put together, and you could tell he would have slayed back home. It didn't matter ethnicity or anything. All heights too. Some guys were shorter than others. Other dudes were built like a fucking brick house, tall as shit too, and crushing it, dude. And they had hot chicks on their arms, and the chicks were literally like hanging off of them. Every word they were saying, absolutely like enthralled. Versus the whole she's on her phone bored stuff. It's nutty to see, dude. Really, you have to go for yourself. Says, I find this particularly interesting. I went the other direction compared to most of you, being from Asia and marrying a Norwegian. I felt like this was much more difficult to find a woman in Asia, Taiwan and Japan that fit both mine and my family's standards than in the West. I've been telling people ever since this passport bro movement was being talked about on YouTube and social media. It really ruined the vibe of the countries overseas. Dominican Republic and Colombia went downhill, and they're doing it the same to Thailand, while also causing the price of living to go up. It's mostly those sex tourists, though. They're a bunch of simps, and they claim to be passport bros because no one accepts them, and they want to give the passport bro movement a bad reputation. They are making it so every woman wants a man to automatically spend over $100 American or Europe for an overseas date when you can eat good in a restaurant for less than that. Honestly, the last best time to travel was in the early 2010s. The simps who visit these places, and especially the simps on social media, are ruining the dating market overseas. Yes, you can still be successful, but it's going to be more difficult to find a serious woman because a lot of these women are going to start to have unrealistic standards while the cost of living is going up.
Before he goes any further, he's right. All you guys that are coming to Colombia in the next few years, it's going to be harder for you than when it was for me and the other brothers like T Mac and J Clyde. It's going to be harder for you guys, bruh. Are there a lot more traditional women here? Yes. But is there a growing number of westernized women here? Yes. Why? Because they're watching. You guys, I'll show you how accountable we are in regards to this. You've got men that will blame women in the West when it's our fault. Women in Colombia became westernized because of us and how we spend money, not from watching women in the States on social media. If you watch women from the States on social media, let's be honest, most of those women in the States are only requesting 6-packs, 6 figures, 600,000, right? 6-inch plus, right? Most of those women are just asking for it. Do most of those women on TikTok have that in a man? No. We already said yesterday, day before, that person doesn't even exist. He's got to be a superhero, love Jesus, make $1 million a year, have no kids, and yet be able to box like Mike Tyson. That dude don't exist. And so it's not the women in the West that are influencing. Yeah, they're seeing all the women in the West asking for this. Women in other countries aren't stupid. They see women in the West asking for this, but they don't see women in the West getting that. They're just asking for 6 figures. If a man can't give me 6 figures, he can't be with me. Women in other countries can't even calculate in their brain what the hell 6 figures are. Most women in other countries cannot relate to 6 figures. So stop thinking that it's the women on social media in other countries that are tarnishing the women in Colombia, Brazil, and they're becoming feminine. Becoming a part of the feminine movement, and not femininity, but the feminine movement, right? We blame the women. Fellas, it's our fault. Every simp that has gone to overprice and you've gone behind him, now you got to pay more. And now you paid more, then the next person paid more. And now she realized she doesn't have to dress the same, look the same, be the same person, the quality person she was. She ain't got to try no more. She ain't got to give you the girlfriend experience. You will pay for 30 minutes or an hour now. She can have more clients now. She ain't got to cook. The girlfriend experience was cooking and cleaning and doing. She ain't got to do none of that now. And she knows it. She knows that now she doesn't have to do any of those things. So it has changed. The quality of women in Colombia has changed. I ain't got no problem with saying that. Are there a lot of good women and a lot traditional women? Yes, but they are only here for the traditional men that are coming through. I'm gonna say this again before we go back to the video. All you guys that are traditional dudes, you're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. Traditional gonna be attracted to traditional. But all you dudes that like to chase beautiful bottom feeders, chicks that ain't got nothing going on in their life, you trying to take them to 5-star restaurants that they can't relate to, like I did once upon a time, I'm telling you, it's going to be hard treading, Tex. It's going to be hard treading for you in Brazil. It's going to be hard treading for you in Colombia, in Thailand. Reason why is because you like your beautiful women to be broke, to be brainless, to be from the barrio. You love it. And we ain't hating on you. But it's going to be hard. Because those are the ones that are changing. Those broke chicks that we keep taking to these high-end places, and we're buying them all these expensive shoes, expensive dresses, and all this stuff that the local men would never buy them in a lifetime. A local man wouldn't pay her for that. Why you think she's paid for play? Say this again. Oh, you think she's paid for play because she can't get a job? Her man can't get a job? She paid for play because the man that she chose on that broke ass level ain't got a job and ain't got no money. She on a broke level ain't got a job and ain't got no money. And they both know the only one that's stupid enough to worship her is you. So he says, babe, go on out there, get that money. That stupid ass foreigner is get ready to get off the plane, get that money and bring it back home. And that's what she does. She takes all that money that you overpaying back home to her baby daddy. Like I said, I'm not hating at all. But the reality is I see it every day. You're going to stop letting these guys that are doing pay for play glamorize it and look at it for what it is. It's a transaction. Yes. It's pleasure. Yes. But it can be addictive and it can interrupt your time. And if you're a person that's not into it like I am, you'll find yourself looking for quality women. Like, okay, how many times have we heard the dude that started in the pay for play world fall in love with a pay for play chick? A lot of times that happens because a guy who's like us, traditional dude, tries to find a traditional woman out of a chick that's a pay for play. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Why do dudes come to other countries and try to do that? You met her, she was a hoe. My fault, a whore. But then you try to turn into a housewife. And a lot of dudes do that. A lot of dudes do that. And you wonder why it doesn't work. It wasn't supposed to. If you're a traditional man, you're supposed to be getting off that plane looking for traditional women. That's what I did. That's what a lot of other brothers have done. And they are in traditional relationships, enjoying life in South America. And we ain't never experienced none of the stuff y'all talking about, getting robbed, getting drugged, getting scammed, getting hustled. We can't even relate to what y'all talk about. Why? We knew and didn't have a problem with being a traditional man. If I find somebody special, I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to be with her. Or if you find two special, I'm going to be with them. And I'm going to sit my tail down and enjoy the lady or ladies that I have. That's what traditional men do. I'm going to focus on getting this money up even though I got money. If Elon Musk is still out here grinding, who the hell do we think we are? If Jeff Bezos is still out here grinding like it's day one in the garage. Like Jeff Bezos is still out here grinding as if he's still in the garage selling books on Amazon. If these dudes still out here grinding, if Warren Buffett still getting his up every day going into the office and he in his 80s, almost 90s, who the hell do you think you are because you got retirement pension money? Who do you think you are that you think you ain't got to do nothing else with this gift called life? Okay, you retired, but you got another 30 years to be on this planet. Who do you think you are? You think you have the audacity to think you're going to be able to buy enough coochie that can fill the void of 30 years? You think you can buy 30 years of coochie? And you wonder why I don't hang out with everybody that gets off the planes. You gotta find something to do. Some of y'all you bored. I got you. You bored. Like I said, you don't know the language that much. You really aren't. You aren't extroverted like that. You're not the type of person to just meet a group of people or take a salsa class or take a Spanish class and meet a group. That ain't you. You kind of like aloof. You kind of like, to yourself type of dude. And ain't nothing wrong with that. But you hide behind it by doing pay for play as if you balling like that. But if somebody took you away put you in a country, like one brother was saying earlier, put you in a country where there's very little pay for play, you couldn't handle being in a country like that. You couldn't handle being in the Middle East where they ain't doing pay for play like that. Now, all countries have a form of pay for play, but you can't. You'll be lost. Why? Because you have to find something to do with your time other than buying chicks. And you don't know what to do with your time. You're retired, you got good money, and you don't know what the hell to do with your time. Or you're a guy that's investing in real estate in the States, you're doing good, but you don't know what to do with your time. A lot of us are doing pay for play because we just don't know what to do with our time in other countries. We feel kind of lost and we don't want to say anything to anybody because we want to look manly. And smashing chicks historically has always looked manly. You know, you want to look like King Solomon, 300 wives, 700 concubines. You want to look like King Solomon. That's what we've been taught as men growing up, right? You don't go after the bag anymore. You got the bag. Now you go after the babes, right? But now you're doing it because you're bored. And you wonder why you're not getting top-notch quality. You wonder, like, if you go to sleep that night next to a pay for play, would you wake up in the morning? I said again, some of y'all are at a point, and it's so dangerous with pay for play in Colombia. You don't even know if you're going to wake your ass up tomorrow morning. You don't even know how to tell that chick after you done bust your nut, get the hell out. So you can feel safe to go to sleep. It's so dangerous in Colombia. You don't even know if your ass, you're going to wake up in somebody's morgue messing around with the pay for play world if you don't know what the hell you doing these days. Before you could just be a novice and don't know what the hell you doing like Pinocchio and just do the pay for play. Not now. There is no way in hell you can't pay me to buy some coochie on the streets. Never. That'll never happen. If I was single, that would never happen. Why? Because I ain't stupid enough to pretend like I know what I'm doing. I'm all in Parque years just walking around looking at chicks. Do you sell? She look like she sells. Wait a minute. Hold up. Maybe she sell. No, that ain't. They said come to Parque years. Let me go and take my ass to a brothel where I belong. I don't know nothing about no streets. Some of you dudes don't want to admit. We as men don't want to admit that we don't know every dang thing. We don't know everything as men. Ain't nothing wrong with it, bruh. I'm the first one to say on YouTube, I know very little to anything about the pay for play world as far as being a client. All I know is from observation and all the stories that you guys tell me of the ill will moments that you guys have had. Other than that, I'm not wired for it. I'm not, dude. That's why it was so easy for me to find somebody. I ain't wired to be buying my fish from the grocery store. I'm wired to go fishing. I'm a fisherman, bro. Zzz, bloop. Zzz, zzz. That's me. I ain't no dude to be going to the grocery store and buy my fish and be lying about buying the fish. Look at this. Look at this fish I caught. No, you bought that fish, Dre. No, I didn't buy that fish. I bought this fish. I caught this fish. No, you bought it, Dre. You bought your fish. No, I'm a fisherman, bro. And so I'm not going to pretend to be something that I'm not. And I'm just saying this. I'm saying, and kid you not, guys, the reason why I confess a lot of my stuff, because I know some of you guys have the same thoughts. You ain't paid for play. Don't feel bad about it. You like to hunt you saber tooth like I am. You like to hunt for your prey. You like to walk a female down. You like the courtship of a woman. You like to get that number. You like the excitement and the drilling of meeting her for a date or going to the park with her or her showing you a part of her country. You like that. I like a woman that can show me a part of her country or if I say something in Spanish and correct my pronunciation. I like that. I like her showing me a restaurant. I like a woman that's able to show me her family. I like her being able to show me where we can go dance with the locals and have aguardiente, the alcohol, and just enjoy it. I like that. That's what I like. I'm saber-toothed. I like to hunt. And some of you dudes are just like me. You like that whole hunt. And a lot of dudes like, well, I ain't got no time for all that. That's you, bruh. I'm a hunter up in the tree of Indiana hunting deer. Them white boys up in them trees and them brothers that be up in them trees in Indiana during deer season, them dudes be up in them trees for days. They built for hunting. Pay for play dudes, you ain't built for hunting. Don't feel bad, bro. I ain't built for pay for play. You ain't built, you ain't saber-tooth tiger. You ain't built for the hunt. I can get a woman if I want to, then show me. Like Jay-Z told Dame, you made one hove, build another hove. Build another hove. If you say you made one hover, build another hove. If you can do what we do with saber-tooth, then bring your fangs on out here. Go to Cartagena and pull them fangs out. And I'm not talking about putting your wallet out. I'm talking about pull your fangs out. Do what we do. But a lot of dudes ain't got that patience like that, like a hunter. Like them boys in Indiana and them boys in the Midwest that are hunters. Them dudes in Nebraska. Shout out to Nebraska. A lot of brothers ain't built for that. Them dudes, a lot of dudes can't go to Canada and go fishing. You ain't fishing for no bass and trout in Canada. You ain't built for that. You ain't got that type of patience. You got to go to the grocery store. You can't be out here fishing with the rest of us. You gonna mess, you gonna get that, you gonna do something, put that hook in the back of your leg, keep on playing. You don't know how to do none of that. So it is with the ladies. I got you. Some of you dudes that do pay for play, it's because you don't know how to, your approach game ain't that good. And I ain't hating. And I ain't shaming, and I'm not putting anybody down. Like I say, I'm not anti-pay for play at all. It's your money. Y'all both grown adults, you and the lady. Fair exchange and never been a robbery. But don't try to shame us that ain't pay for play dudes. That's all I'm saying. Don't try to make, and that's what the thing that they try to do. They try to shame you brothers that ain't pay for play dudes, that do like real relationships, that do, whether it be one woman or two women or even three women, and you got your little, you in polygamy world and y'all living y'all life. It's dudes that will hate on you for having three girls and you in a polygamy world. You in a polygamous relationship. They enjoy it. You enjoy it. You in another country. They ain't cheating on you. You ain't cheating on them. And there's dudes in the pay-for-play world that will talk bad about you for having three girls in your life. You should have had 30. If it's not our job to judge what you do with your money, not to count another man's money, don't count what I do with my time. I shouldn't count your money. Got you. Don't count what I do with my time. Just because you don't think that you can do with this with time and get 3. Don't be hating on the dude that got 3 and he happy. Don't be hating on the dude that got 2 and he happy. Don't be hating on the dude that got one woman in Colombia and he been with her, the one girl in the Philippines, and he been going back and forth 4 or 5 times a year. Don't be hating on that dude because he ain't doing what the fuck you doing. That's the part of pay for play that I don't like, that hater side. Pay for play dudes often, not all the time, but often remind me of single women keep women single. That's who they remind me of. Single women keep single women. Keep women single. Pay for play dudes want everybody to be their freaking companion. They want everybody to be Peter Pan, the boy that never grew up. And then they'll shame you if you don't act like Peter Pan the way that they do. Bruh, that's your world. Hats off to you. Get it, bruh. She's sexy, dog. I ain't mad at you. She fine. Her too. Get her, dog. Both of them fine. But don't get mad at me if I'm in Cartagena and I'm walking this way because I'm about to hunt down some prey for the night. And as soon as she talk about a price, I know to go on to the next prey. There are dudes out here, brother. You got to be able to accept us if y'all expect us to accept y'all. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to Blade Runner. That's all I'm saying. Accept us the way that we accept y'all guys. Sliding through for a hot minute. Shout out to you, Blade. Like always, brother. Iman is in the building. He said, as long as you stay there, it becomes inevitable. It becomes inevitable. Necro says this. He said, better make sure that they have those crypto. Man, I thought about that earlier. I was like, do you know how much money these dudes could have invested in cryptocurrency? You could have still got your paper plate in and still got you some crypto investments. Man, please. In order to pay for the cost of the future, come on now. He said, because I do want a house or some land in Colombia. Preach. Let's get back to the video, guys. I don't want to harp. Let me slide this back just a little bit for all the new guys.
It the same to Thailand, while also causing the price of living to go up. It's mostly those sex tourists, though. They're a bunch of simps, and they claim to be passport bros because no one accepts them, and they want to give the passport bro movement a bad reputation. They are making it so every woman wants a man to automatically spend over $100 American or Europe for an overseas date when you can eat good in a restaurant for less than that. Honestly, the last best time to travel was in the early 2010s. The simps who visit these places, and especially the simps on social media, are ruining the dating market overseas. Yes, you can still be successful, but it's going to be more difficult to find a serious woman because a lot of these women are going to start to have unrealistic standards while the cost of living is going up. This is why places like China this is what places like China are going through right now. The reason why women will shockingly ask you to take them shopping or gift them a designer bag or fancy cell phone on the first date is because there are, believe it or not, quite a few men who indulge women. They just meet like this. Why? Because they can afford to do so. I personally know men or simps who will gift or loan to women cash simply because they ask. And these guys honestly believe this is the way to go. All right. There it is, boys. There it is. This guy says it's mostly like sex tourists, though. Like Thailand wasn't already known for prostitution. It was also known for some foreigners being simps getting played by hoes. I mentioned this many times whenever there was a topic that, for example, it was getting harder with women in Thailand. Western guys here on this forum were saying, instead of blaming women for their bad behavior, blame the guy for not working out enough at the gym and should have more muscles. When people complained that Thai women were becoming mannered, guys competed in saying that for them, they were not mannered and that they had hundreds of women who paid for themselves, did whatever they wanted. So again, typical for Western guys, measuring dicks instead of coolly judging spoiled girls from Thailand. I have seen such behavior many times, and of course, everyone claimed that they were in Southeast Asia, not because of problems with their women, but because they loved Asian women. Everyone claimed that in their country. Example, the USA. He was a great seducer, had hundreds of women in bed. You see, that's the problem with Western guys. They don't see the long picture. They don't see the problems that their advice will cause, like go to the gym, bro. They did the same thing 20 years ago with American women. It's gotten to the point where even the gym doesn't help them in the US anymore. And they have to go to Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, very short-sighted thinking. It's simp culture due to strong feminization of the West. Western guys are all well-trained and inadvertently have been exporting simp culture and female entitlement attitude throughout the world. There it is, dude. There it is. So this is the Passport Bro forums on Reddit. There's 54,000 members. And they always talk about random stuff like this. Some of the posts get cringy, but once in a while you get something really cool like this. Appreciate the guy that emailed me this, but this will give you guys, some like perspective into actually what's happening when you go overseas. That's why I'm saying I'm telling guys to temper your expectations. And that's why I said you're probably 10, 15, 20 years too late to really reap the strong benefits you used to. You got to go to other countries. Like if you're doing the whole Thailand, Colombia, and whatever other places, Dominican Republic, you're going to the prostitution capitals of the world. You're going to go get low quality shit. You need to go to countries that there are not a lot of people going to. The ones that are not really talked about much. Go check out Kazakhstan or some shit like that. I hear some Central Asian countries are absolutely incredible. Very traditional. And hasn't been ruined by the exportation of simps just yet. So it's like you got to look where people aren't looking. If you really want to have that benefit, if you really want to have a traditional lifestyle, if you really want, to be the leader of a household and you want a woman that respects you and wants you to be the head and wants to have your kids and appreciates you and all that other shit, that's basically gone in the West. The entitlement, the attitude, the adversarial nature that they have, the disdain for men. Yeah, it's now growing in these other countries. So just saying, be careful, guys. And then the Thai government, I read an article saying that they're trying to tax your overseas pension for the old dudes that are retired or any overseas income you have now. But before that wasn't an issue. You just bought that long ass visa and you could stay there. But now they want a piece of the money that's coming in. You see? So it's no longer as sweet as it was, or it won't be very soon. So they're starting to tax guys that want to live there now. There you go. Thoughts, boys, opinions on this one will be super interesting to read. And as usual, links in the description below with the second channel. If you haven't subscribed to it, check out those videos. They're pretty amazing. Just released an hour-plus long discussion video that we had in the private community. It'll be very interesting, very real conversations about what men are going through. And join us for some of them if that interests you. As usual, see you on the next one.
All right. Now we're about to look at successful men that are successful expats, brothers, that are successfully doing it the way that it should be done in other countries. That's what we're about to look at now.
Hey, you're not a real Filipino until you eat at the local spots, bro.
Word.
This is where it's at for real. 35 pesos. Come on, yeah. You can't beat that.
35 pesos only, bro.
You can't beat that, bro.
Jay, what is like being a single man here in the Philippines?
Man, a single man in the Philippines is amazing. You don't gotta worry about nothing. You just gotta, man, make sure you're doing your thing, grinding on your own, man, and that right person gonna slide through. But man, I also gotta have some fun here and there, man. You get to have some fun here and there.
Word.
Like, it is what it is, bro.
It's what it is.
Look, and it's understandable, bro. We are a hot commodity, if you want to call it. You know, we're rare. You know what I'm saying? So with that comes, you know, a lot of opportunities, and you meet a lot of people. You know, so you know, if you wanna find you a wife, you can find you a wife.
Definitely.
If you don't, if you just want to live a single bachelor life, you can do that. You know, and you'll be successful regardless.
It's good to see the young brothers with positive energy. Even being young, you could be successful in the Philippines or wherever you go. Shout out to my man Blade Runner with the $5, my man Aiken with the $5, and of course Alexis with the $10. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you.
Welcome to a day in the life of a black man in Portugal. Go to the farmer's market every Saturday. Tons of fruit, tons of vegetables. There's really nothing that they don't have that's edible. You see olives right here. Those fruit cups that we just passed were absolutely amazing. Candy. I asked if those were psychedelic mushrooms. They said, no, sir, not here. Perfect. Ton of flowers. I had to get more fruit, man. That fruit, the fruit here is just, it's second to none from what I've had. Spices, chocolate. It looks like they just cut the pig and placed them on the counter. Tons of cheese. Let me stop before I get constipated just looking at the cheese. So the farmer's market is literally down the street from the busiest street and probably the most popular street in all of Porto. The name of the street will be in the caption. But this is where the mall is. This is where everyone goes to people watch, to shop, tons of cafes. And the Majestic Cafe is also on that same street as well. Of course, your boy got hungry after a long day of shopping for some fruits and vegetables. I had to go get my empanadas. These are the best empanadas in Porto. I'll put the name of the restaurant in the title, and they also give your boy a shout out.
As far as I know, here's how Passport Bros got started. It started off as a Facebook group called Black Men Travels, and that Facebook group got taken down by Facebook. And then the creator, Aaron Ferris, he runs a YouTube channel called BMT Travels. He started a group called Passport Bros, and he funneled all the people from the old group into that group. And over the years, that group has just expanded, and Passport Bros has gone international. Everyone's talking about it. So it used to be mainly black American men who were Passport Bros. Now it can basically be any Western men who are traveling or want to live overseas for a better life. So basically any men from America, Canada, UK can be Passport Bros in any race. So I consider myself to be a Passport Bro, and that's my Passport Bro story. What's yours?
Oh yeah.
I'm really about to move to Mexico or Thailand.
Nobody stitched this for that young man, so I got you. And let me just say this. You made a great choice. A great choice. Okay, so check this out. You would think that moving to Mexico or moving to Thailand, that is extremely cheaper. Like, yeah, the rent is 1/3 of the price. But somehow, you still manage to spend just as much money. I mean, you can survive off of $2,000 in Mexico or in Thailand. You can. But the reality is, you get used to your spending habits, and it's like, instead of buying one donut in America for $3, you just buy 3 in these countries for $3. My advice for you, young man, even though you've already made the move and I'm proud of you, I'm proud of all y'all influencers who get on here and share y'all journey from the beginning from scratch. My advice to you would be advance on how many streams of incomes you're going to have. Because I can tell in this video, you probably had 3 to 4. And TikTok was probably one of them. You probably just knew like you was gonna be okay. But I'm telling you, if you knew me, if we could have talked, advance your streams of income.
This is my advice.
Before we go any further, well,
If you guys are trying to do what I did, I created a business online. I moved to Mexico and now I work on my own time. This is what I recommend doing. Start any type of online business. Create an online income for yourself. Whether you want to move to Mexico, you know, anywhere in the US, maybe you just are tired of working a warehouse job, you know, all that stuff. I've been there. Trust me, it sucks. So many ways to make money online nowadays. You guys have zero excuses. If you guys are tired of that job, if you guys want to do something different, do it. I run dropshipping stores. If you guys have no idea what dropshipping is, it's those online stores that you see on your social media. You know, I'm sure you guys are scrolling, right? You guys see those ads of products. Those are dropshipping stores. If you guys are interested in that, feel free to shoot me a message. I'll help you out.
Welcome to a day in the life of a young black guy from Houston living in Playa del Carmen, Mexico.
Before he goes any further, shout out to Playa del Carmen. It's really nice there. Before he goes any further, the gentleman was absolutely correct in regards to more than one stream of income. I know some of you guys have your retirement pension, but you may want to invest in something or get involved in crypto or in day trading or whatever it may be. Just something that you can do that can even bring in another form of income and allow you to have a new career that's going. A lot of guys don't realize. I remember I was listening to Elon Musk talk about how he and his brother were sleeping on the couch for years and they never went out for years. No clubbing, no partying, no nothing. 7 days a week. And then when PayPal took off, a lot of you guys forget Elon started with PayPal, one of his ventures. And so this is why he works so hard now, because this is what he's used to doing. But Elon's got 12 kids. So at the end of the day, do realize, guys, that having more than one stream of income, I would say more than 2 or 3 streams of income, will benefit you, especially in an online world. I'm going to say this, and I mean this. Whether it be taking classes with Theo Wolf or International Passport, when it comes to cyber security, or taking their classes of cloud and AWS cloud engineering courses, get your certification, and then you can work online and you can work from anywhere in the world. I know guys that are doing it. When Theo says that guys are graduating and he's had over $8 million in salaries from his graduates thus far, he ain't lying. Any of you guys that sign up for Theo's class, or you going to the Black Manosphere Conclave, or you sign up for his class that's starting in March, I'm telling you, he ain't lying. I've done consultations with his students that live in other countries. There are 3 of his students right now here in Cali that don't even know each other. I know them, but they don't know each other. I haven't had a chance to introduce them yet. I kid you not. If there is any time to be alive and be a person that wanted to get out of the rat race in the States, it's the time of the internet. There are so many courses that you could take to get certified in this, certified in that. There are so many e-commerce products. You can start by selling this, that. It's so much to do. If next year comes and you haven't started one side hustle, you cannot blame anybody but yourself. I'm telling you. I'm letting you know. I'm not talking about you need to go out and be a YouTuber. There are so many other things that we do behind the scenes. So do realize, guys, I'm serious, that there are opportunities out here in this world. And one of them, like I mentioned before, are Theo Wolf's class. We're going to be doing an interview over the next few weeks with Theo and one of his graduates. And I kid you not, guys, it's possible. It is not hard now. It is not hard. And the number one thing that I find that guys that don't have an online hustle is this. You don't know anybody else that's done it, so you kind of like leery. You don't think that you know how to do it and that it'll work out and make money, so you kind of leery. Or you think that you convince yourself, you give yourself an excuse, oh, that'll take too long, so you don't do it. Those like some of the top ones that I noticed that dudes, when it comes to, you know, doing something to add extra money to your income, but you'll sit up there for 4 hours and watch one football game. All you Chicago Bears fans, that game was 3.5, 4 hours. All you basketball fans, same thing with you. Baseball fans, same thing with you. Hockey fans, same thing with you. You'll sit up there all Sunday and watch games from 1 o'clock all the way until 10 o'clock after the late night hour game ends, 11 o'clock actually. You'll watch other men make money, but you won't do anything to help you make money. While you're watching the football game, Theo's classes are going on at 2 o'clock on every Sunday and Saturday and Wednesday and Friday. What I like about Theo's class, if you miss it on, let's say, that Wednesday class, you can still do a recap of that exact class on Saturday and a recap of that exact class that you missed on Wednesday on Sunday. Everything is recorded. So let's say you missed it on Wednesday night. Okay, cool. You get up Thursday morning because you work second shift. You get up Thursday morning and you can check that video out and keep up with class right before you get ready to go to work. Or you could do it on Friday. Or you can wait until Saturday afternoon and be in the class with the rest of the students to catch up with the same material that was done on Wednesday. There is no excuse. You could be like me, not one of the best students in there, but there are so many people to help you. We're all in groups. It's not you by yourself. We're in groups. Ask Quiet Storm. We're all in groups together. Theo puts you in groups. Why? Because in the real work environment, you're going to be working in groups. When you're doing cybersecurity, when you're doing IT, when you're doing cloud engineering, if you're doing Terraform, whatever it may be, DevOps. He puts you in groups on purpose. So when you get hired, you're already used to being in groups. You're not uncomfortable with people that are on this side of the world, that side of the world, this part of the country, that part of the country. You're already used to people talking to people while they're in this part of the world, you're in that part of the world, they're over here. You're already used to that. Why? Because Theo had put you in groups during the time period when you were in class. But y'all want it. All right. All right. It's okay. He said, I like seeing young brothers learning from us old heads and not making the same mistakes that we made in the 80s. Not true. Facts. In the early 2000s. That is so true. Let's continue on looking at successful black men with passports, because we are some successful men. There's a lot of us out here that's really doing good things, including these guys on the video.
Check out this absolutely gorgeous view. I start my day with a lift at the gym. You see me lifting heavy things, yeah? Heavy boy ting, yeah? And then I go over to a fruteria. I like this one particularly because they have absolutely everything. So hopefully I caught everything. They got watermelon, papaya, banana, pineapple, fucking limes, everything that you want. And the cool thing is in the back, they have a cold press machine and they cold press all these juices here. Now, I don't know how much it is. I think it's 20 pesos or something per drink. Here I am paying for it. That lady's so nice. Then I go over to the beach. There's this like little pathway by where I live, and I jump in the water. The water was absolutely freezing, and I hate cold water. If you like my content, follow me here and on Instagram.
How old are you now?
I'm 45.
And if you were to go back in time and have a conversation with your 20-year-old self, when you were starting from zero, what's the best advice that you would give to your younger self?
The best advice I heard was the world becomes a better place when a man plants seeds for the future generations for shade that he will never enjoy.
Break that down.
It's not about you. You don't hustle for you. What's your name?
James.
James. What's your last name?
Dumoulin.
You don't hustle for James. You hustle for Dumoulin. You hustle for the name on the back of your jersey. You hustle for your family. So it may not just be something that you're going to benefit from. You may be paving the way for your kids, your grandkids, and that's okay. The game is the long game. So as long as you're putting your people in position to be successful, that's where you win right there.
What has been the most amount of money that you ever made in a single year?
$5.4 million.
$5.4 million. Are you a buyer or a seller?
I'm a seller.
Yeah?
I'm a seller.
Why is that?
That's just in my nature. That's why I became an entrepreneur.
What do you think is more important, mindset or skill set?
Mindset.
Why?
Because you can open up a mindset to a different skill set. Most people with skill sets, they're set in their ways. People with an open mindset, doesn't matter what arena you put them in. They want to excel. It doesn't matter where you put me in the mailroom. I guarantee you within a certain period of time, I won't stay here. That's the best mindset to have. It's just, you know that there's always more to do.
And I see the cross sign. How important has faith been for you throughout your life?
That allows me to sleep at night. It provides my moral compass. Knowing that there's something bigger than you, that's the ego killer. It's bigger than you. There's something out here bigger than you.
You got amazing advice, sir.
I appreciate you, man. James?
What's your name?
My name is James, too.
James
Johnson.
Name of Kings.
That's right, man.
Where you from, man?
Originally from Philadelphia, but moved here from South Florida. It's so green here. That's probably one of the best things. The views, the mountains, the experience of just as a Black American is a different experience. It's almost like a one-of-one because you find out that there's so many different cultures, and the Afro-Colombian experience is going to be different than the Afro-Puerto Rican experience, different than the Afro-Dominican experience, and learning the differences as well as the collectiveness between those two groups it's been eye-opening. I haven't had any bad things go on per se. I would say some places some people don't talk, but for the most part people are friendly even with limited Spanish. So I definitely don't miss America. I tell people all the time I'm not coming back.
The reason why I moved to Colombia is because I was living in Buckhead and my expenses were very, very high, and I want to really build a business. So I wanted to get rid of my expenses and live lower than my means so I can actually really build a company. So I wanted to have nothing. I didn't want to have things like sneakers. I didn't want to have go out on dates, all of these things where I had this high overhead. I wanted to just downgrade everything so I can put my all focus on my purpose and growing a company. So I'm able to live on the beach for like $1,000 a month, and that's more the reason why I was living in Buckhead and my expenses were so high. So I didn't care about a car. I didn't care about the things that most people care about. I just wanted to get rid of everything and go after building a brand.
Wow. That is incredible.
We've only been in Thailand for 2 weeks and we've already signed a 1-year lease. Where Jason and Brandon recently relocated from the US to Bangkok with their dog. Finding a pet-friendly condo that accepts larger dogs in this bustling city was definitely a challenge. But aside from that, the rental process was unbelievably smooth. We're talking no credit checks, no income verification, not even an application. We found this.
You see that? No credit check, no income verification, not even an application when they went and got this condo or this apartment in Thailand.
Condo in Tonglo, a vibrant and upscale neighborhood known for its trendy restaurants, walkable shops, and lively bars. It's also home to a thriving digital nomad community, which can lead to some great networking opportunities. The condo project has 2 buildings, multiple fitness rooms, rooftop pools, co-working spaces, and stunning views at every turn.
Ooh, this is nice! Girl! This all this is you right here? Okay. They don't smell like roaches in here or nothing.
This unit checks pretty much all of our boxes except for size, but we came here ready to embrace a more minimalist lifestyle. Plus, Bangkok will mostly be our home base as we travel around Thailand and Asia, so we don't expect to be home nearly as much as we were back in the States. The affordability here is a game changer too. Not only can we enjoy all these amenities, but we can also keep our dog.
He said they came there looking for a minimalist lifestyle. They looking for a small spot, but the bang for your buck that you get in other countries make you rethink the bang for your buck.
Active at a daycare regularly. The unit was listed at $850.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Shout out to my man Don with the $20 donation. Come on now. Y'all just saw what we just saw for $850 a month. And look at that view. Look at that view. 850. I'll let it sink in, Americans, Canadians. I want it to hurt. I want it to hurt. Yes, I do. I want you to feel it. You knew that condo that they just showed, there is no way in the world that thing would have went for less than $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month. Easy in the States, $6,000. Easy $6,000 in the States. $850? I want your chest to feel it. $850. Y'all gonna learn today.
USD, but we negotiated down to $735 by paying the euro up front.
These dudes said for $850 we could pay the euro up front. Negotiated it down to $730. I want you to, all you dudes that's still stuck in the States and you questioning whether you want to leave or not, I want you to feel it in your chest. I want after this live stream and you get up in the morning, for some of y'all, that's your utilities. Bruh, when I had a Ford F-150, I was telling Andre today, my Ford F-150, this was in 2014, with the car note and the insurance, I was paying $700. That's a car note in the States. That's a car note, $730. For real, it's gonna be $6,000 in the States, including utilities. That condo will be $6,000. Boy, we're gonna bring that beat back. We're gonna bring that beat back. We're gonna bring that beat back. I want you guys to sink it to your chest.
Dog. Finding a pet-friendly condo that accepts larger dogs in this bustling city was definitely a challenge. Aside from that, the rental process was unbelievably smooth. We're talking no credit checks, no income verification, not even an application. We found this condo in Tonglo, a vibrant and upscale neighborhood known for its trendy restaurants, walkable shops, and lively bars. It's also home to a thriving digital nomad community, which can lead to some great networking opportunities. The condo project has 2 buildings, multiple fitness rooms, rooftop pools, co-working spaces, and stunning views at every turn.
Ooh, this is nice.
Come on, man.
Girl, this orange is you right here? Okay. They don't smell like roaches in here or nothing.
This unit checks pretty much all of our boxes except for size, but we came here ready to embrace a more minimalist lifestyle. Plus, Bangkok will mostly be our home base as we travel around Thailand and Asia, so we don't expect to be home nearly as much as we were back in the States. The affordability here is a game changer too. Not only can we enjoy all these amenities, but we can also keep our dog active at a daycare regularly. The unit was listed at $850 USD, but we negotiated down to $735 by paying the euro up front. The next day, we met the owner, signed the lease, and completed our biometrics for access.
Don't forget the tuk-tuk.
And there's even a tuk-tuk service to the train station. After 5 years in real estate, this was hands down the easiest transaction we've ever experienced. As we settled into our new life abroad, we
That includes the service to the train. Well, what y'all doing in the States? Why are you hanging around the state? Tell me.
free to follow along and let us know if there's anything you're curious about.
I just got to Diani, Kenya. This is the coast of Kenya.
Okay,
and
brother
all I
in
have to say
Kenya,
is
here we
I am
go.
fucking
Brother, this is
obsessed with this place. It's hot. It's hot as like Satan's toenails here. But we just got to our Airbnb, so I'm gonna show you guys around.
Come on now. Come on now, brother.
That's the house. Let's go to the beach.
Let's run to the beach. Why don't we? Why don't we? Let's run.
I don't know if you can tell, but this sand is like sugar. It's crazy. And there's like nobody here. How is there no one here? Insanity. 10 out of 10. Absolute 10 out of 10.
All I know, though, is if Trump gets elected again, okay, I'm probably about to chuck the deuces, okay? I remember it was like 8 years ago when Trump, and matter of fact, the fact that Trump and Hillary was running was already a reason for me to get the fuck up out of here. Cause I'm like, damn, this is what we're doing. And then we're still doing it 2 elections later. But anyways, but I remember thinking like, yo, man, I gotta get the fuck up out of here. So I don't know about y'all, but like there's a lot of expats, especially black ones, like all these different places, right? And I bring this up because this past weekend I went to Medellin. You know, you got to put the Gene on there. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say Medellin.
Colombia is amazing.
You got to say Medellin. Yeah, this is my second time going. I went with the missus, I think, to Cartagena for like a little Christmas vibes, you know what I'm saying? But we had already been to Costa Rica before then, around the time of the last election that Trump actually won or whatever. So part of our journey was like, yo, could we live in a different country? You know, you heard about how cheaper, you know, the cost of living was, quality of life was supposed to be high. Some of these places have like really large black expat communities. And so for people like me, maybe I'd feel more comfortable considering moving if that was the case. So anyways, I ended up going to Medellin kind of like as an extension to that. And coincidentally, it also happens to be an election year where Trump is running again. So I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about that, though, because in talking to S&M about it, one of the things I guess she appreciated, because she too has had experiences kind of seeing what's up. So I wanted to ask her about that. But I also wanted to ask you guys, like, what are your thoughts on just the idea of us thinking about being other places than just the U.S., right? Because for as much as we complain, and for as dire as it seems like with politics, that's probably maybe one of the reasons why I'm not really kind of, because it kind of all feels the same. But for some of us, like, we want to live life and maybe have a different experience. So what are y'all thoughts about like just being an expat, black expat? Have y'all ever thought about going to a different place, have those kind of experiences? So S&M, we'll start with you because I know we had chopped it up a little bit. And I heard the excitement from Mr. Finley, so I'd love to hear your thoughts too. But go ahead, S&M.
So I wasn't necessarily looking at being an expat, but more of a dual citizenship. I think that we limit ourselves by always just thinking about the United States, right? When we think about citizenships, and particularly since we are in a climate where it seems, at least to me, it doesn't seem as friendly as it could be. And there seems to be some backsliding, particularly as a woman, on certain rights and privileges that were hard earned and fought in the past. And so I think that as Black people, we do need to get outside of our box, right? Get outside of the U.S. and first of all, just start traveling. And so, but I've actually been looking at other places like Panama, which, by the way, when you go to decide to be a dual citizen or a citizen somewhere else or whatever the case, or expat, basically, there are different laws or rules and regulations that you have to abide by. So knowing what those are to get citizenship, regardless if it's dual or expat, is important for you, and checking out those places. So like Panama, I love. Costa Rica was on my list. I also was looking at some places in Brazil. But the Brazilian climate right now, there's some things going on over there that may not be in my best interest. And so, so I love the fact that there's more Black people who are looking at living elsewhere, because at the end of the day, we got sold the American dream, right? And for some, that American dream either never manifested or is becoming quickly the American nightmare. And while I will say that we are afforded certain privileges here by being American, and which I do appreciate, hence why I said dual citizenship. But I also recognize that there's so much more to explore, and that the propaganda is great here, right? To the point where other people come here for opportunities and so forth. But at the end of the day, all that money go back to their country. So they'll come here, build up their businesses, whatever's clever, and then they send that money back to their country because they're taking advantage of that opportunity. And if they can bring other family here to continue to take advantage of the opportunities that are afforded to them as being an immigrant, for example, some of the immigration laws, depending on what type of immigrant you are, you're afforded different type of opportunities, right? To include tax exemptions and so forth, and free money and all that good stuff that they claim that Black folks take advantage of. I don't know. Let me not start that, because that's a welfare conversation. So we're not going to start that welfare conversation. But anyway, so to make a long story short, I'm excited that we had this conversation, because it's always refreshing to hear other people who are also looking at other opportunities and how to explore those opportunities, and finding that like-minded community is really important, especially if you're considering to be a expat, because it's not as you need somebody. Sometimes you may need mentoring, coaching, or just somebody who has some experience in that particular country that you're looking for. So I love the fact that this conversation came up, and I'm looking forward to my dual citizenship one day.
A quick question, just to clarify, because I heard the term expat, but I didn't think it was like all of a sudden you're turning in your U.S. citizenship like, hey man, I'm good. You know what I mean? I just thought it just meant people who just happen to live abroad. So just for clarity, right? So expat means you're like, hey man, I'm good on the citizenship right here. That's what it means to be an expat. Expat for real, for real?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, gotcha. Because I was
So
always
you're
of the
looking at dual
mind.
citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think there was a reason for me to give up my citizenship. I want to move as many places as I can. I didn't know that you.
There are people that have.
Okay, gotcha. Because when I hear expat, I think a lot of like retirees. Like I actually met a couple of people who were living abroad, but they never gave me the impression. Some military folks, for example, that they were giving up their citizenship, but I guess when they talk about the expat community at large. So we'll say that yes, maybe technically, legally, or how it's used, but I also think people are using that term just to kind of generally speak about people who are now choosing to live primarily somewhere else. But go ahead, Mr. Finley.
So yeah, some people actually do give it up, because I think because you can still be taxed if you're still an American citizen. I think their taxes, that's why they give it up. But for me personally,
Okay, before we go to the tax part, don't forget, guys, on your passport, I mentioned this 100,000 times, on your passport, line 4 or line D, depending on if you got a newer passport, if it's in the front or in the back, it says that we as expats must file taxes. We must file taxes. 98% of passports of expats don't owe taxes. America's one of the few countries in the world that still make us file taxes, being nosy. 2 things you have to file. You have to file your regular everyday taxes, and you have to file what's called an FBAR, which is FBAR. That just goes to show what's been in your bank account for the last year. So they want to know what's your taxes, and they want to know what is the sum total. And this is one page. What is the sum total of what's gone into your bank account in a foreign country? So in my case, I have a Colombian bank account. America wants to know what's going in my bank account in a foreign country. So it's called an FBAR form, and regular taxes. But 98% of U.S. citizens do not owe taxes. 98%. Why is that, Andre? Because the way that the tax system is broken down for people that don't live in the United States, 98% of us don't even owe anything, because we got so many tax breaks. There are so many tax breaks. Like the most famous one is the excursion tax break we get, which this year is $126,500. That means up to $126,500 for expats is tax free. So all that money, let's say I made $70,000 this year, right? Let's say 70,000 2024, right? I filed my taxes this year. As long as I don't hit that threshold of $126,500, all this money is free. The whole 70,000 is 1% tax free, but I have to file taxes. That's just one of maybe 10, 15 tax breaks we get. So that's why expats don't sweat taxes, because we don't owe taxes. Now, some of you may say, well, what about state taxes? There are tax breaks on state taxes in many states as well. And if you come from Florida or Texas or Nevada, like many of us, Maryland, is it Maryland or Delaware? You ain't got no state taxes. So you like from Florida, no state taxes and no federal taxes are owed. Why? We get the tax break of $126,000. So as long most expats don't make $126,000.Hy is that? Most expats around the world, from when you just looked at the apartment of the guys that got that apartment for $730, $35 a month, don't need $126,000 a year to live good lives. I'll say this again. You do not need $126,000 a year to live a good life in over 60% of the world. The book that I've just finished writing, Anywhere is Possible, is based around if you only had $2,500 a month. That's the book. My book is written for those that only have 20. I know many of you got way more than that, but I just put it like that. $2,500 a month. You can live in over 40 to 60% of the world. If you are up to $3,000 a month, you make it $3,000 a month after taxes. Remember, we don't owe taxes anyway like that. We just have to file taxes. $3,000 a month. You can live in up to 50 to 65% of the planet. And I'm talking about middle class to upper middle class. I'm not talking about in no hood. I'm talking about middle. I purposely wrote the book for those that want to live. You guys are like me. Come on. You Americans, you Canadians, you know what you like that you like. Like those guys with that apartment said, well, we came to Thailand and we wanted to be minimalist. And then you like look at the apartment they got, but they were like, hey, but you know, even though we wanted to be minimalist for $735 a month, we get to have all this. So all that minimalist went out the window, right? That went out the window once they saw those apartments, that condo. So I know what you guys like. So I wrote the book for guys that are like that could take $735 a month and get a place like that in many parts of the world. In over 40 to 60% of the world, you can have a place like the spot that they have, or like the spot like the brother in Kenya had. You can do that. And so that's why most of us expats don't owe taxes. We don't need that much money to live luxury lives. You do in the States, and you owe taxes. The other thing is we file our taxes on June 15th. You file your taxes on April 15th. We get an automatic 2-month suspension, extension. Automatic. We don't have to file no paperwork, nothing. While you sitting up there scrambling and waiting in line on the 15th of April, and everybody in line trying to put their tax forms and the taxes into the post office mailbox, we ain't got to go through all that. We get 2 extra months automatically. It's a given as an expat. And then if you need to file for another extension, your next extension is October 15th. And if you didn't file let's say I didn't file my taxes for 2024 and I missed the date for June 15th, I could file for an extension and they'll give me an extension to October 15th, 2025. If I miss that date, I could file for another extension for December 15th, 2025. So we get ours pushed back automatically to June 15th, and we get 2 extensions if we need them. Y'all got a couple less extensions, but y'all don't get no extensions to December 15th. Y'all don't get nothing like that. You live in the States, and think about it. We live outside the States. We get better tax breaks than you guys that live in the States. So if you live in like Maryland, tax-free state, you ain't got to worry about talking about state taxes. And we know state taxes ain't never been that much anyway. Let's be real. Well, you got to pay state taxes. What your state taxes ain't never been that much. Shout out to John C. in the building. Oh, the Evans family. Appreciate you being here, brother. He said, Andre, I received a pension from the States. He said, when I moved out of the country, do I have to pay taxes on that income? No, you have to file taxes. You have to file taxes if you receive a pension. But most of us don't make it in the let me do something real quick. This is in the book. Let me do something real quick. I'm going to give y'all something real quick, a list. But let's give y'all a couple that I've worked with over the years. Oh, that's the 2026. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm pulling up some expat CPAs for you guys. Some really good one. I know Bright Taxes are always a good one. Bright Tax is like one of the top ones. Okay, I'm going to pull this up real quick. I'm going to do y'all Bright Tax. Bright Tax is a really, really good one. Good question, John C. Let me pull it up on the screen real quick before we go back to the video. I'll give y'all two good ones, really good ones. But Bright Tax is like one of the top ones that expats use. Screen share. There we go. Okay. Let's look at Bright Tax. Let me scroll back up. And you know me, I'm going to drop the link so you guys have the link. There we go right there. That's the link for Bright Tax. I'll drop it one more time. You definitely want to keep this one in your archives. Like I said, they're the best. You don't want to use a regular tax services that's in the state. Why? They don't know nothing about expat tax breaks. I'll say that again. Unless you got a true certified accountant, CPA, most tax services, H&R Block and all of them, they don't know nothing about it. Now, mind you, they do have a expat division with H&R Block, but for the most part, the average H&R Block dude that's in our neighborhood, he don't know nothing about expat tax breaks. So here we go. Let's go to, let me move myself out the way a little bit. So here we go. Bright Tax is, like I said, is one of the top ones. This one made it to the book. So right here, multi-award winning U.S. tax preparation for Americans living abroad. Anything has to do with your online banking, expert American CPAs. And in the book, I put Canadian and I also put UK CPAs for expats. So I have American, Canadian, as well as UK expats. Effortless filing, because they do make it easy. I can attest to that. They make it easy. Flat fees. Let's look at the fees. He say our competitors' flat fees of $500 covers most of the tax projections, or our competitive. I say competitors, but our competitive flat fee of $500. They do everything for you. Covers most tax projects. In any additional any necessary add-ons are confirmed before you start. So if they got to do something extra, let's say, okay, and I'll tell you what I mean by them doing something extra. Let's say you're a person that buys cryptocurrency in Colombia and you made a lot of money on cryptocurrency. So now they've got to be able to fill that cryptocurrency form that's like, because you're making money in Colombia, for your U.S. taxes. So if they got to do something special for you, then they'll let you know before they start doing the work. They say, hey, that's going to be an extra $150. So it'll cost you $650, in other words. But let's take a look. Look at their prices right here. Let me see if I can blow this up for us, gentlemen. Okay. Hope that's better. Boom. There we go. That's a lot better. Okay. These are the prices. To prepare your taxes, just an average dude, average guy, no problem. You're in another country. You know, you got your, like a pension, like you said, pension, or if you're a person like me, you got your own online business, things like that. Bam, it's $550. He said our premium U.S. Expats federal tax return service, including CPA consultations, that includes your consultation, and all credits and exclusions. So any tax breaks that you get or any tax credits that you're going to get, request fee $450. $540. Streamlined. You need to catch up on prior tax years. Let's say you ain't filed taxes. Okay. I don't know if some of you guys remember, I told a story of a woman that I met online. She used Bright Tax. She was outside the country, and I'm in an expat group on Reddit. And these people was like, man, I ain't filing no taxes. Man, they ain't filing them taxes. I ain't filing them taxes. I ain't filing them. And everybody was saying I ain't filing them taxes. I'm like, well, am I doing something wrong? And this woman hadn't filed taxes. You guys have heard me tell the story. Hadn't filed taxes in 20 years. 20 years. She had been living outside the United States. So she gets back to the States. She reached out to Bright Tax. She paid Bright Tax to $1,600. 20 years of taxes. She told me, she said, Andre, first of all, the United States only goes back 6 years. I'm like, what? She said, they only go back 6 years for expats. I was like, you lying. But regular citizens, they go back all the way. She said, well, they don't do that for us. She said they only went back 6 years. I was like, dang, okay. After all the tax breaks that she was going to get anyway and use Bright Tax services, she only paid in taxes after not paying taxes to the United States government for 20 years, $500. Kid you not. I said, you lying. She said, no, Dre. She said, all I paid was $500. That's all I owed in federal taxes, $500. She wasn't scared to go back to the States. Oh, I ain't paid no taxes in 20 years. Oh, my God. None of that. $500. So this is the services that she'd use that I'm showing you guys right now. So the second one right here is you need to catch up on your prior years, such as 20 years. The streamlined process is penalty-free path. I'll say that again. A penalty-free, not talking about penalties from Bright Tax, penalties from your taxes. The process is a penalty-free path to the IRS compliance, and peace of mind is just $1,650. Now, if you're a person that just wants a basic consultation, to consult with one of our world-class experts, CPAs, if you're looking for advice, just advice in tax planning, but not tax preparation for right now, it's only $260. Me personally, I'm over here. I ain't about to spend $250 just for some advice when I can go ahead and pay the $540 and I can get the consultation included. So that's Bright Tax. That's one of the best ones that are out there. One of the best ones that's out there. Let me see if I can find another one that's out there that I know of. I know a lot of people use. Oh yeah, CPAs for taxes is a good one too. Their starting rate is, let me see if you guys can see me on the screen. Their starting rate is $299, $300. They're another good one. Yeah, that's their rating. Yeah, they're really, really good. Here are the fees right here. Let me give you this one as well, guys. You want to keep this in your archives. I want to show you guys something else. Thank you guys for the super chats and the cash apps. Appreciate you, gentlemen. I'm going to get to those in a second. Let's go to the next one. See, John C. See what you started, John C. Right here. Okay, here we go. This is the one I was mentioning to you guys earlier. Let me blow this up for us. Let's go here. Let me just highlight it. I don't even have to even go to the IRS one. Let's go let's highlight it right here. Bring it here. Paste that. 2025 and oh wow. Okay, here, let me see if we're looking at the same screen. All right, cool. We're on the IRS website, right? We're on the IRS website. IRS releases tax inflation adjustment for tax year 2025. That means this is the tax break that we're going to be getting for next year. So when I file taxes in 2026, this is our threshold. It goes up higher every year. When I first came to Colombia, it was $102,000. I'm going to show you what our tax break is just for this one tax break. This is just one of our tax breaks. And I'm always looking at, if you're wondering where I am in the IRS, I'm going to give you the link to this. This is the IRS newsletters. So I read the IRS newsletters. Thank you for your support, John. So this is the IRS newsletter. And this is our tax adjustment. Look at this, October 22nd, 2024. And so this is going to tell us about our newsletter. This is in regards to married couples that are, that are expats, things like that. These are our other breaks, our other tax breaks that we get. Including medical. Here are the main ones. The main ones that you're going to see that gives us a tax break. Remember, I just said the one for 2024 going to 25 is $126,500. Look at the one that we get for next year. For tax year 2025, the foreign earned income exclusion, that's the name of it, increases to $130,000 from what I just said, $126,500 in tax year 2024. So as long as I don't make $126,000 or any expat doesn't make $130,000 this year, all your money is free. You just have to file taxes. This is the number one reason why 98% of expats don't owe taxes. We have to file taxes, but when it's time to pay, we ain't got nothing to pay. Why? We didn't hit 126,000, or next year we didn't hit 130,000. Now, if you balling like Theo and all them dudes, that's another thing. But you still get. Let's say you're one of Theo Walsh's graduates, and you made $150,000 this year. You're a graduate of Theo Walsh's. You made $150,000 this year. It's 2026. It's time for you to file taxes. You still get that $130,000 tax break. So all you're paying taxes on is $20,000. Now, watch this. You get estate taxes, estate descendants who died. You get that exclusion right there, all the way up until that. You also get a annual. The one I'm looking for another one. This is not the one I'm looking for. The earned income taxes, the qualify. Let me go back here. I'll look it up this way. Let me see if I can find. No, that's not that one. I'm trying to show y'all our other tax breaks that we get too. This just came out in 2025. Foreign earned. Remember I said that this year, then next year tax break. This is for married couples. So if you're married, this is the actual, think about it. You're married as an American couple, you get a $226,000 tax break. That means $226,000 is tax free as long as you and your spouse doesn't go over that. Go over that amount. You get a tax break for your foreign home. I'm trying to find the other ones, man. There are a few more that we get, because we get one for our rent, we get one for our utilities, we get one for, dude, you get one for your food. There are so many tax breaks that you get. So even if you made $150,000, let me see if I can look it up. Let us see. Let's see if this article has it. Nope, that's not it. That's not it either. David Greenback got it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to find the other tax breaks that we get, but I'm not finding the list. Let me see if I can find it this way. Give me a second, gentlemen. Let's get this information over to you, gentlemen. Let's see. Let us see. Okay, here we go. I just went on ahead and I just asked ChatGPT real quick. So let me blow this up so you guys can see it. Not too big, Dre. Not too big. Okay. This is the first one that we just looked at right here. It said 131,000 in 2025. Wow. So that's the first one that we just already looked at. Here's the other one. Now, let's say you made $150,000 a year, $200,000 a year. The first one that you're going to get is 130,000 of that is going to be tax-free, 100%. You ain't got to worry about it. That's just right out the gate. The second one is the foreign, here we go, the foreign housing exclusion or deductions. Because I live in another country and I'm paying rent, this is what you get. It says provide relief for reasonable housing. It says qualify such as your rent, that's tax deductible. Your utilities, that's tax deductible. Your maintenance costs, that's tax deductible. May be included if you are employed or if you're an employee, or deducted if you are self-employed. A lot of us online guys that work for somebody, you're an employee, or if you're like me, you work for yourself, you get that. And usually it's up to 18% of, I'll tell you how much it is for the housing. You get to deduct up to 18% of the 131,000. So of the 131,000 you're going to get, you get that's tax free. You also get another 18% off for your rent, utilities, and maintenance. Here's the next one. We just said you made 150,000. Here's the next one. The foreign earned tax credit offers dollar for dollar. That means that money that I spent in Colombia, and if I had to pay taxes on something, I keep the receipt and I get that money back. Why? I'm not a Colombian citizen. So if I'm filing for taxes in the United States and I'm filing for taxes by way of purchasing a product in Colombia, I'm being double taxed, or you're being double taxed. So you keep the receipt of being taxed in Colombia. Let's say you bought a computer and you got taxed in Colombia for that computer. Keep that receipt because you get that as a tax break. That tax that they taxed you in Colombia for that computer or that cell phone, you get that back. He said 2025, it isn't a fit exclusion amount. It's not a particular amount. Rather, the credit is limited to U.S. taxable, attributable to your foreign income. Right here, another one, the tax treaty. I knew about this one. What does it mean? It says the U.S. has a treaty with numerous countries, including Colombia, to provide and reduce withholding rates of certain types of income, such as dividends and interest. So that means if you've been making some money off Colombian stock market and so forth, you get, if you're getting taxed on that in Colombia because you make money off Colombian stocks or crypto in Colombia, you pay taxes on that. You get a tax break in the States because of that money that you made, and you pay taxes on it in Colombia. So to keep from double taxation taking place. Right here, in regards to this pension and retirement, there's another tax break for you guys. It says certain treaty provisions and domestic tax rules can afford more favorable treatment on pension and retirement income for expats. Not for you people that's still in the States. There's another one that's for students that are going to school. There's another one. So if you come to Colombia and you go to school, you get a tax break on your courses. You get a tax break of the full cost. You get a tax break on that. You get a tax break for your books. You get a tax break on your school supplies from the States. Dude, there are so many. It will amaze you how many tax. I just name just 5 of them. There are at least 10, 15 tax breaks that we get as expats that you guys will never, ever, ever see in life in the United States. Ever. Why do you think so many rich people they leaving or got a place in another country? Why do you think Johnny Depp got an island in the tax breaks? Man, rich people ain't paying no taxes. Man, they know how to leave and go somewhere. Let me go to the comment section. The Quiet Storm says this. Shout out to you, brother. He said, "We the willing, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful." This is so true. I like that. He said, "We have done so much." That sounds familiar. With so little, this whole thing sounds familiar. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing. Shout out to you and Machismo TV, and shout out to my man John once again. He said, "This is great information. I truly thank you." Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go back and finish off the video with the gentleman, the successful brothers that are expats. Let's finish off that video.
Condo in the DR prior to meeting the missus, because I was going to move down there. As a pilot, I could live anywhere, and I was going to commute to work like essentially what I do now. Fly to work, And but I
Or to the podcast.
I love black and brown countries. I love black and brown countries. Right. I love black and brown countries. I've been all over black and brown globe, the black and brown globe, including the continent many times. And but if I were to move, I've been to Colombia. I love Colombia. I've never been to Medellin, but I've been to Cali. I've been to Bogota a bunch of times, and I absolutely love Colombia. Now for different reasons that I'm married, but still for some of the same reasons being previous to.
I was like saying something. I was like first DR and now Colombia. Is there a theme here?
I've been to Panama, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, all over Mexico. I've been to multiple states in Mexico. I love black and brown countries. They're amazing.
Would it be safe to say? I'm sorry, I just had this question burning. Would it be safe to say that you? Huh? No, I'm not saying
it ain't that one reason.
Listen, let's be clear. I'm the person arguing still. There's a multiple of reasons, but that one reason might be a part of that reason, right? Just to bring it back to the Trump conversation. It's not the only reason. It's not the main reason I go. You're going to stay. You're not going to stay on this show. It's the primary reason, or even the top 5. But it still counts, though, don't it? Just a little bit.
Right.
Just a little bit.
It counts.
Okay.
It counts.
But go ahead, my bad, bro. My bad.
The biggest reason is being in black and brown countries, and yo aprendí español, in país español. I learned Spanish in Spanish countries. But you get to blend in until you talk. They really don't know you're not from there. In fact, there's a Dominican friend of mine. When I first met, he's like, I thought you were Dominican until you start talking, because they look like us because we're all from the same place. Cost of living is amazing. Obviously, the American dollar is extraordinarily strong in all of the countries that I named. So you can live like a king down there. And the food is amazing. The people are amazing. And you don't deal with the discrimination that you deal with, like when I'm in Europe.
We're going to pause right there for a second. You notice throughout these videos a theme? Successful black expats ain't just talking about pay for play. Success. We notice that conversation was about everything. Notice the one brother was talking about, the ladies and they got to do something to do with it. He's like, yeah, that a little bit, yeah. Each one of these videos we looked at were successful men of color being able to go to other countries and not always have to be part of the pay-for-play world. Once again, there's nothing wrong with the pay-for-play world, but if you want to be successful in other countries, that cannot be the main theme of why you're going to live in another country. It just can't be. I just want you guys to notice that and see how these people have peace and happiness and the price and the cost of living. And like I said, anywhere you got brothers going, you're going to have simps and sisters that's going to follow you.
Italy. It's just different. You feel different. Like I don't feel, how you feel in white spaces. Come on,
there's no
place
like Rome.
Right.
There's no place like
it's colder.
Right. But black brown countries, you blend in, and it's just an amazing environment, amazing vibe. I love it. You know what I'm saying? And for all the reasons named, the only thing I would need, and one of my good friends is moving. He's built a house in Mexico. He's going to retire in a few years, and he's going to Mexico. He's got a house built and everything, which is crazy because the house he built is like on a plot like twice the size of my house, and it costs the same as I pay for this house. So, but yeah, it's just a greater life. And so I've thought about it many, many times. If I can get Mrs. Finley to drag along, hey.
A lot of black men have been treated so bad in this country. The first time they go to somewhere like maybe Thailand or Brazil or Colombia, they get treated with an overdose of femininity that they're not accustomed to. They get catered to, they get treated well. Now, a lot of women are saying, well, they just doing that because you got money. This coming from the same group of women that say, I'm not going to date a man unless he makes $600,000. Okay, you're complaining about a woman who might be looking for a man to get her a green card or whatever. But this is from the same group of women. You got 2 welfare babies. You got a child support baby. You get an EBT card, you got a Section 8 card, an Obama phone, and you sitting around here waiting for us, people like me, to get you reparations. So you got to cut it out. You're no better than those women who are looking for something. Matter of fact, I would suggest to you all that every woman wants something from you, okay? And usually it has some dollar signs attached to it, fellas. If you don't have the financial means to take care of a woman or a family, just don't get married. That's all I'm saying. Marriage is for somebody else. Don't do it. You don't have, part of being the provider is being able to make money and take care of your responsibilities at the home. There's always going to be a financial aspect. If I had daughters, you better be right. I'm going to make sure that the man that she ends up with has some money. You understand? Hell yeah, I might even check his finances. I want to see what you do for a living, how much you got, what's your debt look like. That makes sense to me, because when I send her out there with you, I don't want her coming back to me with some kids. You understand what I mean? So I know you got some money to take care of this young girl.
So I have a bachelor's in chemistry, a master's in business. I worked in nonprofit consulting spaces as well as for-profit for 14 years. First off, most people, if they have a lot of debts, they can't even get into a second career. So I first minimized my debts. I also learned how to trade. This is when the whole Forex boom was happening and people were saying that it was a scam, but my friends showed me the ins and outs. So I took a chance. I said, hey, you know what? This is the perfect time for me to take the money that I saved during the pandemic, because I was in the house. I wasn't eating out in DC and everything like that. So I saved a bunch of money, and then I decided to learn how to trade binary options. So I have the time now to learn a skill, not spend as much money. You know, a lot of people work remotely, especially because of COVID, so there are more remote job opportunities that are more accepting overall worldwide. So you can always pick one of those up at a cheaper price point. You don't have to go for a six-figure salary like I would if I had to pay rent or mortgage in Washington, DC that requires a six-figure salary, but I might still have a roommate. So I can come down here and I can enjoy life a little bit. You know, I can also pick up a skill, I can learn Spanish, I can do all these other things. I can live life essentially.
What up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your favorite travel host, Hakeem with Live Be Do. I'm here in Cali, Colombia.
Now, this is a good dude, Hakeem. Hakeem is like one of the Cali mayors type dudes. Hakeem knows everybody. He be in neighborhoods that I would never go to. Never. But you always see Hakeem with a dime. That's one thing you can say. He be with some fun sisters. But I'm like, hey, hey, that's all right. Good people. That's my dude, man. He been here for quite a while as well.
Third largest city in Colombia, behind Medellin and Bogota. Cali has the largest population of black people in Colombia. When I say black people, I mean black Colombians. There's a very large population of black people here. It's all in the food, it's all in the music, the culture here. And what else? Cali is the salsa capital of the world. Also, it's one of the places you may have heard of Cali, Colombia, when medical tourism comes out. So there are lots of people from the U.S., people from all over the world who come here to get dental procedures, plastic surgery and things like that. I don't know. I love it. It's a place I've lived, have great relationships with a lot of the local people. And I want to invite you to come. Come check it out. Come see for yourself. Especially those of you who are looking to leave the United States, this is a place where you can come and you can stay for a month. Give it a trial run, rent you an apartment, and test it out.
All right, that was the end of the video. We've been here about 4 hours. Shout out to you guys that have been hanging out with your boy for 4 hours. But yeah, guys, as you can tell, there's a difference between the simps and the simp behavior and the successful brothers that have successful behavior and are doing what they're doing, buying homes, building homes, establishing relationships. And, we move differently. And that separation is going to continue to show itself. I kid you not. The simps are going to keep simping. That's not going to stop. Sisters going to keep following. The sisters following are not going to stop. Because it's like in 4 waves, right? You go to a country, bam, a successful brothers come, right? Then the simps follow behind us, bam. Then the sisters follow behind them, bam. And the 4th wave is always couples and families. Like you ain't had no black couples and families going to Cartagena like you see them going now. Until the sisters went. Sisters wasn't coming till they saw all the simps going. Simps wasn't going until they saw us successful men going. Wherever successful men go and are succeeding in a country, guaranteed simps, sisters, and families, meaning couples or a whole family, will follow behind. It doesn't matter where we go. Come to that conclusion, gentlemen. Tomorrow's episode is going to be talking about, I'm going to finish off this beer, but tomorrow's episode, we're going to be talking about, like I said, the addiction of pay for play. The lady's going to be talking about how she was in a pay for play world for years. And she, like I said, she looks nothing. When you look at her, she looks nothing like she was ever in the world of pay for play. Very articulate, very, she looked like just a regular book nerd or educated chick. She doesn't look anything like you would think that she had been paid for play and trafficked. So shout out to tomorrow. But let me get ready to do the outro for you, gentlemen. Get with some of these outro videos. And once again, I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. And I'm glad we got a chance to share some information in regards to taxes when it comes to being an expat. So remember, make sure that you file, like I said, file with Bright Taxes or any other major company that has CPAs that works with expats. Do not use a regular tax service in your city. They don't know anything about tax forms for expats. Not making that bad, but it is what it is.
could be my best man. Sending cash to my account, he investing. Dark shades on when I'm off the Migos. He tryna cuff me like a in a Rico. Moving through the like GTA with a cheat code. He claimed that he love me, but before not a freak. I just wanna dance all night. Can't nobody do it just like I. Boy, you got just what I like. Come on, baby, let's kiss, don't fight. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Just say the word, baby, I'ma get you right. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Ain't gotta say it, I know I'm the one you like. Ooh, damn, so the DJ turn the beat up. Got a white boy who be singing like a Beatle. Claim she getting bread, but I heard she doing keto. I don't do drugs, I'ma smoke a little weedo. I can't chase a man for no paper. I just think it's sweet, I'ma show him now or later. I be getting money on the wake up. He a broke boy, tell that bitch get his cake up. Only with dope boys, they the ones who spinning paper, get your weight up. Told him send an Addy and to stay up. She's out here mad, told him assalamu alaikum. Who that 5'5", she don't even need no makeup. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Just say the word, baby, I'ma get you right. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Ain't gotta say it, I know I'm the one you like.